Hey, sure. How you doing? Oh, thank you. Yeah, can you believe it? You went in the trap again. I would have bet against that. Can you hear me okay? Because it says I have an unstable connection and a crappy signal. But I never looked at this little icon before, so maybe on every time I come on. Yeah, I think so. At least better than what she's been up against lately. She's really calmed down a lot. I could scratch the top of her head a little bit. Oh, good. Oh, good. Yeah, the first time she got out of that cage, bent the bars and everything. Two times she went into the cage and stepped over the trap plate on the bottom. So tomorrow I'll get up and meet those girls in their van. Yeah, I think I could probably pet her. Hey, Dribbles, how you doing? I think I probably could. You know how when they trap those grizzly bears on TV? And they break out of those cages. That's exactly what she was like. Yeah, everything's going to New Jersey. Yep. Yeah. How you doing, Rachel? Yeah. They think that the bigger puppy, might lose an eye, and the smaller one had an infected tail. And of course, they both have worms. And I don't know if you knew or not, but there was a dead puppy underneath this crawl space. She had a little nest built way at the end of the house. Yeah, going to a veterinarian. Yeah, that's right. Got her favorite food. Yep. I tried getting on YouTube, but it was too weak of a signal. Yeah, it's a good day. Yep. I'm going to drive him back out there tomorrow. I had a good day. A lot better than if I hadn't caught the dog. I'm ready to party. That's right. No, they're smart, sure. Yeah. I trapped 25 cats and got them spayed and neutered. It's cheap. It's like $10 a cat or something like that. I mean, I'm not a big cat guy. A lot of the reason I did it is because they eat a lot of the baby birds. So at least there'd be less cats. Oh, are you? Oh, okay. I'm going to go check on that dog real quick. Good, huh? You feel all right? Sleeping on your blankie? Huh? Feel good? Okay. Okay, huh? Sleeping on your blankie? Okay. Sleeping on your blankie? Good girl. Good girl. Sleeping on your blankie? Hey, Marty? Yeah. She's sleeping on the blankie. Oh, good. You know that. Just went look? Oh, did you? Yeah.
And that 100 acid shit works.
Oh, did it work?
Yeah.
That's the stuff you got from here.
Yeah, it's stuff you gave me.
Did it work?
Yeah, I took every one of those things off.
Good.
It's crazy, man. I gotta get some more of this shit.
Oh, good. That's all I had of the
Just calm down out there.
Yeah. She seemed like she wanted to sleep, so I just took off. Hey, Janelle, how you doing? Hey, Mary. Hey, Lethea. Hey, Jambo. Hey, Ray. How you guys doing? Had a good day today. I got the dog in the garage eating its. It's not eating, but it's drinking, and it's on its little blankie. I am relieved. Better believe it. Yeah. I'm glad I got it out of the way. No, she's a sweet dog. Smart as a whip. Those girls were very nice in that rescue place. I'm going to meet him again tomorrow. No, never crawled. No. Yeah, you can't touch her, though. I mean, I can scratch her through the cage a little bit. She doesn't seem too enthused about it. Yeah, I think the mother's pretty young, yeah. I don't think she would bite. No, I don't. I think if she did, though, it would not be good. That dog is strong. She pried herself out of that metal cage, bent all the bars. Had to bend. They said they've had that happen very few times. They catch pit bulls and all sorts of things. Yeah, girls are sweethearts. Yeah. Really nice people. No, no way. I'm not taking the chance on that. I can't imagine getting her back in the cage if she didn't want to go. She's in the cage, yeah. Even the girl said, but she was under the house. It's like she ran around 10 times faster than she could crawl. Hey, Cindy, how you doing? How's it going? No, I'm taking her to Thompson. That place is out of Aiken, South Carolina. Yeah, I'm going to drive her back to Thompson. You know where she was at? Happy ending. Excuse me. Hey, Daniel, how you doing? Yeah, they all go to New Jersey. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, so far, Lathan. Yeah, so far it is. Yep. Yeah, I got her blanket in there. Yeah. That was Marty's idea. Hey, Faye, how you doing? No, there's all sorts of crap on that. All sorts of dog crap. And girl is like filthy. Those girls are troopers. Honestly, Ray, I'm not sure there's going to be a reunion with the mom and the pups. I really don't know if that's going to happen or not. I don't know one way or the other. I was just so glad to get them, out of there. And if I had to guess, I bet the mom will never see the pups again. I'm just guessing. I think they go off to the vet and they get whatever's needed done. That one may lose an eye, and then it's off to weaning them and getting them dewormed and looking for homes. And I don't see any point in putting the mother back with the puppies. That's what I think. Yeah, that girl thought those puppies were probably around 5 weeks old, so they're still very young. That's the real world of feral dogs, I'll tell you that. Well, there's a guy told me today. I was just talking to a guy today. He said there were 5 that, including her, not the puppies, that hang around there. And he said there's 100 of them. That's what he said, roaming around that neighborhood behind there. He said they're all over the place, always having puppies running around. Yeah, a lot of dogs there. You know what I've been thinking about doing? Just getting a van and trapping these dogs and taking them to that place in Aiken. No big deal. I know how to do it. It's not a big deal. I like doing it. And, I think it'd be fun. Hey, Faye. I don't want to do it full time, but I would like doing it like in emergency situations and stuff. Yeah, I think it'd be fun. Those girls are super, really nice girls. Just real easygoing, sweet. I mean, like, they don't fear anything. Yeah, I think I'd have a good time doing it. It's easy, really. I think I'd probably come up with a little better trap. What I did the second time, I thought if I catch this dog the second time, so what I did is when she went in there and the trap locked, I turned the bright lights on and blew the horn, and it distracted her enough to where I was able to get out and get at that end that she pried herself out of, and just spend about a half hour with her, talking to her and calming her down a little bit so she hopefully didn't try and get out. Daisy's dreaming right now behind me. Yeah, girl's a trooper, man. Oh yeah, I'm glad I caught her again. I would have, like I said, I would have bet against that dog going in that trap again. No, they've got a like 100-year deal of this well-known place, and there's a lot of people there in a small area, and dog places are expensive. So it just kind of works out and there's a lot less red tape in New Jersey. It's demand. There's a big demand and not that great of a supply, believe it or not. Yeah, she does have ties to New Jersey. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Hey, here, Daisy dreaming. Hey, Christy, how are you? Oh, okay, appreciate it. We'll join in anytime. Daisy didn't have that great of a day. If I'd known it was going to, I didn't think I'd be doing any of this, or I'd have never taken Daisy. Yeah, where you been, Cindy? Oh, that's okay. Let's take your time. I'll find out more about the New Jersey thing. I mean, really, anything. I mean, probably not, but anything would be better than that life. You know what I mean? I mean, I know New Jersey seems a little weird. I agree. Oh, they're crooked. Yeah, I gotta get them fixed. I think my ears are different. You can't really adjust these ones. I like that. That better? Yeah. I tried signing on to the YouTube thing, but it won't let me. Yeah, living in a hole. Amazing they lived that long. It's crazy how an animal could just give birth and know what to do. You know, she was a good mother, really. The bigger dog, the little puppy, he snapped and growled. The little one didn't do anything. And then once they got a blanket around him, they just gave up. Tape on the bridge? Yeah. Excuse me. So we'll see. Stray cat food? I didn't know about that. Yeah, it's pretty impressive how it happens, actually. I think it is. It's pretty cool. I mean, just naturally protective. How she gets across to those puppies to not go out on the concrete and run when they see people. Oh, sorry about that, Cindy. Wow, poor guy. Oh, that sucks. Excuse me 1 sec. You dreaming, Daisy? Hey, Double A, how you doing? Hey, I'm in Georgia now. Georgia peaches. I know a guy that lost a full ride scholarship because of a toe injury. Football scholarship. $8 months. I've been here 8 months, yeah. These glasses are a little crooked, aren't they? I'm gonna fix that a little bit. I think my ears. I think it needs to go up like that a little. Maybe like this. Like that. Like this. Oh, did you get 6 inches? Good for you. Cool. Yeah, that's good. Oh, good. Oh, that's good. It's going to be a nice day tomorrow, a little better weather. Well, I'll tell you, Blue Malibu really came through and got this whole thing arranged. Yeah, I'm out of Michigan. I got to go back and clean out a condo, but yeah, pretty much gone. Oh, no accumulation. That sucks. Hopefully, you get bombed in February. At least a couple times, you know. Yeah, she's really follows through and gets things done. Yeah, I got like that one time. I broke my hand one time. Hey, Dave, how you doing? I broke my hand one time, and I had to get a pin put in it. And I'm sitting there talking to the surgeon, and they got to tell you all the possibilities of a botched surgery. So I thought it was just going to be a pin. I know other people that had it was a boxer's fracture. And he's going down this list. There's a chance you could lose like 80% of your grip, range of motion. He's going through all this shit. He reads like 10 things off. Like, it sounds like I'm going to have a claw, not a broken hand. And I fainted right in the doctor's office, hit my head on the wall. And then they had to bring a nurse in, and they used smelling salts. Have a good night, Jeff. And it worked. I popped right the hell out of it. Yeah. I passed out one time from dehydration, too. I was on a date. I remember, never forget. Remember, I told you I had one girlfriend for a while? It was like my first date with her. And we went to see Saving Private Ryan. And I thought that fucking movie was never going to end. We saw it at Davie Pier in Chicago. I'm feeling shitty. So after the movie, we go to this place near my house to eat. And I'm sitting there talking to her, and I remember thinking, man, I bet this feels what it feels like when you're going to die. I mean, I really felt bad. And I said, well, excuse me, I'm going to go down the restroom. Well, the restrooms were downstairs. It was in a place called Corner Bakery. And I remember going down there and like being in front of the sink. And then next thing I remember, there's a guy holding a cloth on my head where I cut it. And he said they found me on the floor passed out. And the ambulance was coming. It's like, no, don't call an ambulance. It's like, I don't need an ambulance, cancel it. So I go up the stairs and the guy goes over to her and she said, hey, your boyfriend here. They found him passed out on the floor. She's does, I don't even know her. So we take a cab back to my house. She takes off. About an hour and a half later, I'm at home and I'm feeling like really shitty. And I went to go in the refrigerator and I like started to pass out again and I grabbed the handle. So I took a cab over to emergency and I was so dehydrated that they said I would never be able to drink enough water to catch up. And I got hospitalized for the night and was discharged the next morning. Dehydration. As it turns out, I had the flu and I had a fever and I, lost a lot of water, probably wasn't drinking enough. Yeah, so I've passed out 2 times. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't give a shit, really. It was a little weird. If I'd have been 18, it'd have been the end of the world, but I was already like 43 at the time or something. Oh, you're lucky. Yeah, I later got that pin taken out because every time I'd shake hands, it hurt like hell. Yeah, dehydration took me out. Sure did. So it is possible. I try and drink more water. I know I should drink more, but I just don't like it that much. Yeah, it was pretty good. I thought it was good. It was too damn long, though. God, I couldn't wait to get out of that place. It was like hot and sweating, felt like crap. What was it, 3 hours long or something like that? Oh, right. Yeah. Well, those are my only 2 times. When I was talking to the nurses, evidently a lot of people pass out like that. No, not quite a cabin. So, like, it was an ex-hunting lodge. It's all like natural wood and stuff. See, wood everywhere. Wood in the bedrooms. Oh wow, blood sugar, huh? Not for long. I'm building a new place actually, right about 100 yards from here. This is just temporary. Yeah, it got me hooked up. That's for sure. It's nice wood. Yeah. I'm gonna use in my place. I'm gonna use some dark wood, some teak, some hickory. I get kind of sick of pine. Although it looks pretty cool. I think looks good. Yeah, Marty's a good guy. I'm gonna have like the rooms are set up for rainstorms, where the screen and the window go below the height of the bed, and all the way to the wall, and all the way to the ceiling, and a long extended porch, so it could be raining cats and dogs, and none of the water will come through the window. Yeah, this is I think 2,100 square feet. Yeah, they say light makes rooms look bigger. Oh, modular homes are come a long way. Yeah, I don't really care what it looks like. Not really too much. What'd you think of the other Rachel last night? Did you, that echo killed it. I'll probably do another interview with her down the road. Good for you. Did you get a Powerball for tonight? Tonight's the drawing. Actually, at 11:30. Yeah, echo sucked. It was on her end too, but it ended up on my. When I talk, not her. Weird. Good for you, Double A. I'm gonna be doing them. Yeah, I am. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm gonna be doing some. I don't have a good internet connection here yet. I'm going to have though. Yeah, it'll be fun. Shut up, screwball. Get out of here, you suck ass. Kick that asshole out of here. Check your birth certificate too. Check your birth certificate, loser. Bye bye. Bye bye. Oh, good for you, Dribbles. You bye bye. He went bye bye, didn't he? Bye bye. Call me a creep. That's better than what they usually call me, so it's an improvement. Yeah, somebody you personally blocked. That's right. Yep. That sucks. You're not getting any snow up there, Mary. Yeah, easy to figure out. That's right. Yep. Has Mark been doing his music things lately? Hey, you know those Confederate bills? They're not worth anything. Best one's worth $25. I think they'd be worth more than that, wouldn't you? Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, right. Yep. How many inches did you get when it was all said and done, Dave? Yeah, I don't make them too much. I don't really like listening to music that much, to tell you the truth. Yeah, it's not very in demand, though. I'm going to come up there this summer, take the Badger. I'm going to bring that photo with me, Faye. H. Bennett party. Oh, okay. No, Marty doesn't give a shit about it. They're not worth shit. That was the best one. The other ones are worth like maybe $10 each. Yeah, you'd think they'd be worth more than that, but you know. Oh, thank you, Dana. Appreciate it. I haven't really done that much for him, really. You know, I didn't really know what I was doing. Yeah, Badger. Yeah, go on. That's fun. Good time. That thing dumps a lot of pollution, mercury actually, from burning coal in Lake Michigan. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you're right, Faye. Yeah. Yep. So yeah, you think they'd be worth more, especially Confederate stuff's always worth more than Yankee. Yeah, helping dogs. You know, I was thinking of that driving home tonight. I think I'd rather help dogs than drug addicts. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I don't think I did too much. I hope to do more. You know, maybe help it a little bit. Hey, by the way, I'll pin that comment later, Mary, on Rachel's new poetry book. I forgot to do that because I haven't, I was gone. I'll do it tomorrow. Yeah, help some dogs. Certainly be a lot cheaper. Less lies. Oh, did you, Dana? Yeah, I think it was kind of fun actually. Just sit around, read books while you wait for them to step in the trap. Yeah, putting it into something good. Yeah, that's what I want to do. Put it into something good. Yeah, I think it'd be fun catching them. I'll tell you what I'm surprised about. That dog's pretty sharp. That dog stepped over the plate that lets the door uh, close and lock twice. He actually got out of it and then stepped it twice, ate all the food. All right, good having you, Cindy. Thanks for coming by. Lace Dragons is the title. Did you look at any of that, Jabo? Did you check any of it out? I'd certainly be interested in getting a copy of it. Oh, here it is right here. Oh, yeah, here you go. I mean, you can imagine what goes through somebody's mind that first of all get involved in addiction, and then becomes a prostitute of all places in Tijuana. The puppies are already at the facility. Yeah, I don't think I made too much of a difference. I mean, but it makes sense because I don't think you can really, considering the nature of the beast. Yeah, collage, Rachel, wrong. Noonan Lily. Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, she's actually a very nice lady. You know what I taught? When I talked to her, I said, "Hey, look, I've been doing this a while, and I learned everything the hard way, and I don't think people should know where you live. I don't think they should really know your correct last name, and you get eaten alive. Give them your PayPal, and that's it. I'll do another interview with her because I thought that was just once that echo started, I knew I was screwed, and I didn't. She didn't know me enough. I didn't want to cancel it, so I just shut my mouth and let her talk. Probably worked out better that way. Oh yeah, it is an incredible story. Yeah, yeah, it is. Oh, that's good, Dave. That's pretty damn scary, though. I mean, this lady, you can imagine just how you feel about yourself out of the United States in a place like Tijuana as a prostitute and a drug addict. You must just think you're gonna like life's gonna end any day. Hey, Eternal, how you doing? How's it going? Eternal, what's your status now? What's the near future hold for you? Oh, big time, man. Drive you nuts. Oh, you did? Did you order it? Did you order the book, Shabo? Yeah, I was. I'm not. I'm gonna cover these people better than I used to. They're not gonna know where I talk to them, where they live. None of that crap. Yeah, how's that working out for you, Eternal? Do you need anything? Do you need any money or anything? Hey, Conan, how you doing? Hey, yeah, man, how you doing? Hey, Chris, how you doing? Oh yeah, I hope it doesn't either. Take the puppy's mother because that's the way it works. Nobody adopts all three. Yeah, you can come on. Ron Jeremy is going to be our guest tonight. He's going to be signing books. It's not often that I get a porno movie star. $41. I'll buy a copy of it. Anybody wants to come on, you're welcome to. Well, I'll ask her about that. Hey, yeah, man, how you doing? Hank, you better shut up or I'm going to block your dumbass. You don't know what you're talking about.
Hi, Tom.
How you doing?
I was wondering. Oh,
Tell this Hank to shut up.
I just wanted to tell you. Sometimes I interrupt a lot, but it's hard to talk on here sometimes when you got a lot of people on the panel. It's hard to, you know what I mean, to talk sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, but you said the other night that you interrupt sometimes because if you didn't, you'd never get to talk. That's not true.
Right. Because there's a lot of other. Let's say you have 5 people and everybody's talking at the same time, and I have to sit here.
No, they're not.
Oh no.
You do have to sit there and wait, but just it's fine as long as you don't interrupt.
Mm-hmm.
You know you interrupt, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I know I do. Yeah,
okay,
of course.
Okay, all right. But just try and wait till somebody quits and then talk.
Right.
Good as you can. You've definitely improved.
I'm working on it. I know.
You know?
I just don't get a chance to talk to you alone sometimes because they're just,
you are working.
Always. So.
Hey,
yeah, that's okay. You can talk to me alone sometimes. It's just no, I don't. I don't really talk to people a lot.
You consider yourself a loner or no?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, and hey, there's nothing wrong with, and there's nothing wrong with that either. There's a lot of people like that.
Well, Tom, I'm blocked in your chat, so I can't. The only way I can say anything on your channel is if I come on the panel.
Oh, I'll try and get that taken off. That's not hard. Hang on a second. Hank, you're being a dick. You know, I don't need any advice about what to do on taking care of animals. What? This fucking Hank's being a jack off. If you don't like it, get lost.
So what happened with the dog?
What now, Michelle?
What happened with the dog?
I got it here right now, but I trapped it, and then the damn thing got out, forced its way out of the cage, bent the bars.
Oh, okay.
Was that the video of the dog that I saw that was in the cage?
And then I bent it. Yeah, and then I bent him back, and actually it went in there again, which I never would have thought happened. And then I just brought it home. I got it in the garage.
Whose dog was it? Did you find a dog?
Yeah, stray.
Oh, it was just running around and you just...
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Debbie said Daisy has a friend now?
Not for long.
Yeah, not for long.
They kind of ignore people. You know, they ignore each other. It's weird. Yeah. I don't. You know, these. I'm just grateful that Blue Malibu did the footwork and the dogs have a place to go. And I never thought for a second that the mothers would stay. I mean, this isn't fantasy land. This is reality. Nobody's going to adopt the mother and both puppies. I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible, but they're going to a place. They're going to a vet. The dog might have to get its eye removed. They've both got worms. They got other stuff, hookworms, some other kind of worms. And, be in a fantasy world, they'd all go together, but that just doesn't happen to most dog adoption facilities. So I'm just grateful they're going somewhere. It's not perfect.
Veterinarians
so Hank's making up this bullshit. Hank, you don't know what you're talking about. I'm dealing with experts that have been in business for 100 years.
Veterinarians could be very expensive. Which you know that, Tom.
Yeah, and I was on the board of the Humane Society one time. And I hated it, and it was exactly not what you would think it would be.
How do you
got
feel
to kiss the ass these people donating money.
How do you feel about people that are cruel with animals? I think every one of them should be locked up. Don't you agree? People
Yeah,
that treat animals.
lock them up. Yep.
Well, with the puppies, are you gonna
Yeah,
pick up the
lock 'em
puppies
up.
as well?
They're already gone. They're already in South Carolina.
Oh,
Yep. I mean, they get microchipped, everything.
awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, we lost 3 dogs in 3 years.
And
We did.
how?
They one of them got one of our Harley, who was about the size of Daisy, got a tick bite, and he was gone like the next day.
Oh wow.
Yeah, tick bites are deadly. People don't realize a tick bite can kill your dog.
Not if they're on medication or not.
Isn't that what happened to Harley? He had a tick, Debbie?
He was a Lone Star tick.
Lone Star tick.
He got tick fever.
Oh, okay. I don't
Tick
know
fever.
about those.
Bad. Tick fever, really bad.
Oh, okay. What happened to the other? What happened to the other two?
What happened to Sasha again?
Sasha was mostly old age. She was 15. She was a Maltese, and the other one that we had adopted, we adopted him as a senior because nobody wanted him. He's blind, Pomeranian. We had him for 3 years, but he was about 16 when he died, but his owner said he was 21, so who knows? You know, they were just older.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's, getting rid of dogs Georgia's the number one state for feral dogs. I didn't know that until I started looking around.
It's tough losing a pet. And people
But
don't
if it
realize
wouldn't have been for Blue Malibu, I'd probably been feeding those dogs till the day I died or they died.
I mean,
I mean,
It's gonna-
how it is. There's some things that you're good at, and some things that you manage to get done, and some things that you're not. Like I'm good
It's
at
gonna be-
feeding animals and following up on it,
it's going to be hard
but I'm
on
not
you
too
one
good
day.
at like calling around like she did.
It's going to be hard one day when you lose Daisy.
Well, not really.
Really?
I used to
You
be
don't
that
think so?
way when I was younger. But yeah,
Oh,
nah.
yeah.
I mean, Daisy needed a home. She'd went through a few families, and I'd give her a good
Yeah.
life. But I'm not like attached to stuff like I was when I was younger, where it would have been the end of the world.
How old is she?
I mean, I take good care of her. She's
How old is-
9.
How old is she's 9? Okay. What's the lifespan of a dog?
And those little ones, you never know. I mean, she could outlive me. Probably will.
Yeah. Yeah. You take her to the vet. She's all had her shots and everything as well.
Yeah. Yep.
That's good. That's good.
Michelle, I'll try and get that taken off, but it's not like the old days where you went into a block list and saw your name and unblocked you. Those, I've probably there was one time I had 8,000 people blocked.
Huh?
And now I know that I've got to have 2,500 blocked. And when I go into the block list, there's only 365 names, which I know is way, way low. And once in a while, someone that gets blocked accidentally because someone's using a cell phone. And we go to try and find it and unblock them, and we can't because it's nowhere to be found. It's not on the list. We can't find their name in a chat. That's YouTube.
Yeah, I'm on my cell phone.
Doing
Right?
their dirty work. Doing their dirty work.
I'm on my cell phone.
That
right
guy
now.
last night, Dave's friend, the guy that came on, he really knew a lot about YouTube. He really nailed it, man. It's not like you can't rely on what they tell you.
That's why I don't
As
bother
far as
with it.
as far as YouTube's concerned, I'm damaged goods.
What would happen if they got rid of YouTube? Can you imagine that ever happening?
No, too much money in it.
Really?
Oh yeah, they made look up what their profit was. It's just like insane. And there's
Uh-huh.
YouTube and nothing else. They've pissed me
YouTube-
off, and I've looked for other places.
Is YouTube the only platform right now that you can upload videos?
No,
there's
there's a
not.
bunch of them, but they're all like. I mean, there's YouTube, and then in 39th place is when the other ones start. They're just terrible search engines.
Uh-huh.
No one watches them. Yeah, they're weirdos. I don't trust them at all. What's this guy saying? Yeah, fuck you, Dave. Scumbag.
Tom, you're on
I'll
a
lock. I'll put.
you're in a mood
Have you seen?
today.
Did you see what this asshole said? Did you see what this
No.
asshole just said? Well, look at it. Read it. I did take all three, you fucking idiot. The puppies went, and the mother's going there tomorrow.
Precious eggs.
Stupid ass. Get out
Tom
of here,
don't play
Dave.
that. Tom don't play that.
No.
What is he
I
talking
mean, in a
about?
perfect world, we
Nothing.
try. I don't know what he's talking. He's just some fucking kook. Dave, if you say one more word, I'm going to find you tomorrow and microchip your dumb ass. Make you do dog tricks. It's because you pissed me off. Now get lost, loser. Before I microchip you and spray some flea spray on you. You can't win on here. You'll have it happen. Messing with people's loved ones. What the fuck he's talking about? Bragging about unliving people. Dave, get your chromosomes checked. I think you may have Down syndrome. Now, Michelle, what were you saying?
Nothing. That's just really odd. That's a really odd thing to say. Bragging
Oh,
about.
no, these people are just crazy. He can't even put a sentence together. So, if it was well written and I knew him, I may pay attention and, self-reflect. But not
Yeah.
that clown. He couldn't pass a 5th grade grammar test. See you, Dave, loser. Beat it. You get out of here too, John, you scumbag. Grow up. Way over.
Tom, you're
You
kidding.
get it too. People bullshit, man. Now these people, see, this is how it is on YouTube, though. It's like you could do anything, and they're going to find something wrong with it. Now I didn't take all the dogs together, so I'm doing something wrong. Crazy, isn't it? I don't even know this Sam. These guys have nothing to do. They live with their mothers. They don't work. They have criminal records. They're weirdos. You're lucky you found a guy that works. It's decent, Michelle. There are not that many of them around. Sam, you got a lot of. We don't even know you, Sam. That's the problem. If we did, we may let you come up here, but I just don't think you got it. Michelle, do you have any good luck today? Anything happen positive for you? Heading in the right direction? Like Jabo said, that one famous cook has a small kitchen.
Yeah, I'm just not sure if I'm gonna go in that direction. I mean, today I did I worked today and we'll see. We'll see what happens. Are you
What'd
gonna
you do?
let Sam
What
up?
kind of work do you do today?
Volunteering work.
No. Sam's probably got a porn bomb. Oh, volunteer
Probably.
work. What kind of stuff?
Working for blood drives.
For what?
For blood drives.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Well, that sounds good. Yeah, why don't you just experiment and try? Did you do any cooking videos, like serious ones, or not?
I tried one, and like I said, between the editing, the angles, and trying to get it right and make it look
Yeah,
presentable, it was a far fetch. It was definitely like it wasn't anything that I would say was feasible for me.
yeah, but I mean,
Unless if I found a kitchen.
like that guy. But that guy last night, he said, just start up the camera. His aren't edited either. I mean, some people like the amateur-ish of it.
Yeah, that's true.
The amateur, you know?
I can
Double A
make
wants
this.
to know if you can make a biscuit.
I can. Actually, I make
You-
biscuits for chicken and dumplings too, if anyone likes chicken and dumplings.
I say give it another try.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna see what happens.
Do you have a camera? Did you ever
Yeah,
end up buying a software program or not?
no, because I went through a bunch of them, and most of them wanted me to pay for it. And at the time, I was more concerned about being able to even get a correct shot, like a good view where like I can show people, I'm cutting this and doing people like watching other people like cut foods and how it's all done. I mean, I could always do a
Yeah.
cooking video where everything's already like everything's like already cut up and put in little bowls. I could do it that way, but even with that, like the angle to try to really get stuff cooking, and it would take a lot of editing because I can't get correct angles, so I would have to get a really good editor.
Why don't you just put a GoPro on your head?
I thought about getting actually, I mean, I did think about getting a GoPro, but not for that reason, but that's not the worst.
I mean, there's people do it. They put it like on this thing on your head, and everywhere you look, the camera goes to.
Okay, Dave,
You
just
know,
put your email down below. I'll contact you. Yeah, I
Dave
need
knows how to do it.
well, I I'm gonna definitely try that. Today, Tom, we got they called it a winter storm, but I think we got like 3 to 5 inches today, so that was fun driving in that and
Oh
trying to get,
wow.
yeah, but we haven't gotten so far this winter. It's been the warmest winter in a while. Like I think we've only
No, I
gotten,
know it's weird.
yeah,
Even where Mary's at, it's like no snow.
yeah, like I
Crazy.
seriously think we're only up to like 12 inches for the season. That's nothing.
Yeah, no, definitely it's warmed up for sure. You know, we just got crazy rain, like 3 huge rain days, in the last week.
Wow.
Crazy. So the weather's definitely changed. Lakes are low in Michigan. Going to be lower in the summer because they didn't get enough snow that's going to melt that fills them up. It's different times. Earth is definitely warming. And another thing too, I was reading this book when I was at that dermatology appointment, and it's so cost intensive, like these forest fires because of dryness and these floods. I mean, it's expensive. By
Hmm.
these municipalities haven't budgeted for these kind of things. These tornadoes and hurricanes, and super floods, and look at Fort Myers, Florida. I mean, who knows how long it'll be before they get back to normal. It's just a different
Fort Myers
weather
also,
phenomenon.
yeah, Fort Myers is uh more of like a retirement community as well. So, if it's not like a touristy like go-to area, do you know what I mean? Like,
It's pretty popular though. I mean, they had a pretty nice beach area, with businesses and
no, they
restaurants.
do. No, they
That all got,
do. I was down there.
that got wiped out. Yeah,
Is it mm, Fort Myers?
Rita lives down there. Aren't you planning on going down to Florida? No, Rita says Rita lives there. By the way,
Oh, okay. What part?
Fort Myers,
Oh, okay.
and I don't think Rita thinks it's a retirement community.
No.
No. They got. I think. Have you been there before? Have you ever been there?
Have I ever been to Fort Myers?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, my grandfather, he had a trailer in Fort Myers, and we used to go to Fort Myers um to visit him once in a while.
Oh, okay.
He was a snowbird, so he did 6 months here, 6 months there type
Oh,
of.
okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I was there one time a long time ago, but I
It's
usually
like
was on the east side.
yeah, it's not really that touristy. I mean, I did um you do have the Gulf of Mexico there, but it's not a big tourist attraction. It's more of a retirement community.
Hey, Dave,
What's up?
help Michelle with her editing.
Oh yeah, I'll send her a login. Can you see this on the video at all?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
crazy.
I didn't know how clear it was. I can't see my camera.
Yeah, it's good.
It's snowing
You're
pretty
lucky.
good.
Yeah, it is. Wow. Dave, do you think that's a pretty easy learning curve on the editing?
Coral Studio is super easy to use. But
You hear that, Michelle?
Yeah, yeah.
Excuse me.
Hannah can edit videos and whatnot with it the first time she tried, so it's pretty easy.
Oh, gotcha.
Not saying
What
too
grade
much.
is she in?
6.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think you should give that a try, Michelle. How much is that when you buy it?
It's like 170 with the upgrades for different music.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's the 2022, but it still works good.
Oh, cool. Yeah, maybe I ought to give that a whirl. Would you say you would, do you use like 50% of it, 75? Do you know where you're at with it?
Oh, I have no idea. I just upload everything straight to the studio and then cut clips, and then blending it's super easy. It does it for you, and then you could just change what blend you're wanting to use.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think you got to give that a try, Michelle. Especially when you got somebody that really knows how to use it.
Oh, had some
Start that
coyotes.
cooking channel. Yeah, we got some around here too. We got a big one that comes out and eats in the back. Give it a
I
whirl,
like it.
Michelle. You'll be cooking in no time.
Chef Michelle, actually, I made homemade Cheez-Its the other day. They came out decent.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you can make anything yourself, and honestly, it's better for you too because you don't have all the extra, stuff that they put in for it to sit for months.
Yeah. Would you use cheddar cheese?
Yes. Mm-hmm. I
How
bought a
much
good
do you
book
make?
of.
Like a whole?
I made a panful, so like I would say 40 or 50. I mean, the cost of
Oh,
food
okay.
is expensive now. It's more
I think it is. Yeah.
expensive, but it's always cheaper to make at home.
Yeah, it is. I was talking to a guy the other day. He's a retired pilot. He said he doesn't even go out to eat anymore. It's so crappy. It's expensive. It's not that good. He said he's eating more and more at home.
It is. No, like seriously, I could make a better meal than you paying like $20. Like I don't I mean I like to eat out, it's nice to eat out once in a while, but honestly, it's like I don't know. I'm also a picky eater too, so when it comes to, I'm not going to pay 20, $30 and eat, a cheeseburger, McDonald's, something that tastes
You will
like.
if you go to Five Guys.
I hate Five Guys. OMG, Tom, that is like the over. Okay, so when Five Guys first came here, I was just it was just crazy.
Did you eat one?
Yeah, it was all right.
They use the highest fat hamburger of any fast food, 25.75.
Really.
Yeah, and it's expensive. It's the cheapest hamburger and the highest price. That's why everybody says they're so good. Of course, it's good. It's like loaded with fat. But you can go in there and two people, and you get a hamburger, cheeseburger, fries, and a pop, and it's 40 or 50 bucks. It's crazy.
No, it is, and
They're out of their minds.
their menu. Okay, so their fries are good, right? Okay, their steak fries. It's a French fry, but their menu is very limited. So unless if that's what I don't like about it. Like it's not a place where you can just like go and like pick something. You go with somebody, go with
Yeah,
your husband, go with family, and everybody can pick what they want. No, you better like a burger and fries. That's what everyone needs,
yeah,
and not
yeah.
everybody, when you go out with people, are gonna just love that. And the thing is they're really, I don't know. I've had better, and it's like, oh, and there's peanuts. That's their staple thing. You can get free peanuts.
Yeah.
I actually I like their peanuts, but I take them and I feed squirrels with them too. I'm such a,
Well, good for you. Good night, Mary. What do you take? A
Night,
couple
Mary.
handfuls?
Oh, of course. Um, there's a lot of wildlife obviously up here, but like I was really surprised to see all the feral dogs because up here you don't really see a ton of stray dogs. It's very rare to find a legit stray dog running around.
Yeah, they're
Rita,
all over down here.
so I'm not a big burger fan. Like I'll eat a good burger if it's made right, but like I'm not just gonna go to McDonald's, spend, 10 or 12 bucks on a Big Mac meal. Like, I'm not gonna do that. It's just crazy to me. I mean, like just think about it like this. Like food is not all equal, and then plus with everything going up in price, it's like eek. I went out the other day and it was pricey for Burger King. But Tom, about your
Burger King.
Indian,
Yeah.
well, you
Yeah, it's
you eat at a
excellent.
you eat at an Indian restaurant, correct?
Yeah. Yep. Much as I can.
There's only we
Yep.
literally only have like two or three here in
Yeah,
Rochester.
I know it's weird. I know some nice, but like Traverse City doesn't have any Indian restaurants where Mary lives, and it's weird. I don't get it. I guess, and the one I go to is very good, and it's always very busy.
Hmm.
I like that. It's just different food. I wouldn't really say it's healthy. I'm sure if you check the calories, and I always get that naan bread, so I'm sure I'm racking down 1,800 calories for a dinner, no problem, even though it's chicken. But I like the real spicy stuff and the way they prepare food. And I'm just sick of
Well,
like American food, pizza, and that kind of thing.
naan bread is actually really good for you, depending on how it's made. I know it's like a fried bread, but depending,
I think no,
I'm not.
yeah, that's how they do it fried. That's how they do it fried.
They fry it in a
But I'll
pan,
bet you
yeah.
money. Yeah, I'll bet you money. There's a shit ton of vegetable oil in that all those sauces. Plus, it
Yeah, I'm
tastes
sure.
good, so I know it's Yeah, I like eating it though. They say it's healthy and the spices are good and that kind of stuff. And but I'm not. I think there are healthier fares out there. It's getting hard to find. Believe it or not, catfish. Everybody's pushing this sway now. SWAI, which is shit. Vietnamese
I
carp is what it is.
I'm very picky when it comes to seafood. Very extremely picky. Like I don't like shellfish. Um, there's just some certain ones that I just oh, I mean, you kind of have to be because it yeah, fish is have you ever gotten a bad fish before?
No, I never have. No, thank God.
Yeah, you're lucky.
Excuse me one sec. I am lucky. You farted?
Oh, yeah.
You fell asleep at all? Not really.
I seen it out.
I'm gonna go to bed earlier than normal.
Hi,
You up?
Christine.
I'm gonna go to
You went to bed last night at 11:30. Well, did you go to sleep?
no. Stay up till 2.
Did you?
I felt better today, out. You woke Daisy up. Yep, your buddy Marty's up. Michelle, do you eat much meat?
I I eat meat. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a meat
Do you
eater.
cook it? Do you cook it at home at much?
Yeah, I cook meat. Like I like to cook steak, chicken, turkey.
Good. Yeah, I think you should give that cooking channel a real good try.
Yeah.
How come Chris is? I don't know why Chris's mute. His microphone's muted on his end, not mine. Chris, unmute your microphone.
Better?
You muted it on. Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, I had a phone call. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay.
Debbie's cooking as we speak.
Yeah, what's she cooking? Debbie's quite a cook.
She's making shrimp again tonight.
Oh, good for her.
We always eat late. I don't know why. We just do. We don't have a set time.
Yeah, I'm
We eat
kinda
whenever
curious.
we get hungry, basically. So that's
Nothing wrong with that.
no.
Michelle's a big air fryer fan too.
Oh, we have an air fryer. They're awesome.
Yeah, air
What's
fryers.
her
Well,
water in?
Air fryers are cool. They're cool.
you can put anything in the air fryer and they're easy to clean.
They say don't use they don't recommend cooking bacon in an air fryer though.
Really?
Yeah, because of the grease.
Well, you can always put tin foil if you would.
Yeah. She made a prime rib on New Year's in the air fryer.
Yeah, I put steak in the air fryer.
Yeah. They
So
say it's
what-
Was it
actually
good?
Yeah, it came out delicious. What is
They
what is
say-
everybody's favorite steak? Cut of steak.
Aged New York strip
New York
I like
strip.
T-bone. I like T-bone steak.
ribeye.
I like sirloin or fillet.
I
It's
can't
the least
imagine.
amount
There's
of
a big
fat.
difference.
I don't like it's not like so like I'll go with sirloin if I'm going cheap, but I like fillet if I have the money. But usually if
Fille's got a lot of fat.
I don't like fat. That's why sirloin and fillet.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
No,
No,
but
they
there's a lot-
don't. Fillet. No, there isn't.
Yeah, they
No,
do.
there's not.
They do.
I've
That's
never
why it
had
tastes
a
so good.
fatty.
Yes, they do.
I've never had a fatty piece of fillet.
Yeah. Yeah, it
There's
is.
no way I could ever. there's
You
no
won't
way
see
I
it
could
like
ever
you see
get
it on a
into
ribeye, but
turkey.
it's dispersed through the meat. Yeah.
It-
You look up the calories on filet, Michelle.
Don't make me get on that fucking channel.
God damn it. Fillets get high. It's marbleized through the fat.
Never seen it.
You don't cut it off like you would a ribeye.
Right. You don't have like the chunks of fat.
Yeah,
I could never be a
It's meat.
vegetarian.
yeah. Oh, I bet you could.
So
I
so
think you
what
could.
I did.
so what how do you like your steak cooked then? Do you like it bloody or do you like it
Medium
Medium
rare. I like my medium
Yeah,
rare.
I do. Medium rare.
Yep.
You know, there are steakhouses, high-end steakhouses, and if you don't, they don't cook it any more than medium rare
Yeah, they won't. A lot
because
of
they think
places
it ruins the
nowadays
meat.
won't.
See, now I always like mine medium well because
Yeah, you better stick to sirloin then.
no. So I've had pink, it's not like I've never had different styles. It's just I prefer to not see. I
To
just
chew
don't
on
like,
shoe leather.
yeah, I don't really like the texture and I don't like it burnt though. Like I do like to actually taste the meat. So if it's too much,
Yeah.
if it's a little
Have you
pink,
been
it's
to a
okay.
Brazilian steakhouse? Have you been to
No,
a Brazilian steakhouse?
no,
You would really like it there. Do they have any of those in Rochester?
not that I'm aware of.
Brazilian? They got to have one.
If it is, it's probably not in my town. That's for sure.
I bet it is. I bet you do. Hey, Rita, do you have a Brazilian steakhouse near you? Do you have one of those? Those are good ones. Not all the time, but for once in a while, it's really good.
We got Longhorn
I'm gonna go
Steakhouse
visit
here.
Rita this. Yeah, it's not quality steak, really. Longhorn.
No, yeah, I know it's not. You got Longhorn there by you? I'm pretty sure you do.
Oh yeah, there's Longhorn here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Oh,
sure they're
Triple.
everywhere.
Triple, do you have a Brazilian steakhouse? Yeah, I think it's. I mean, I don't. Expenses is subjective. Yeah, you can kill it. It's relative. I think it's a good deal when you go to a Brazilian steakhouse. I love going to them.
Does anybody notice that soda prices are soaring right now? God, man. Fucking ridiculous.
No. Go to Dollar General.
Yeah, right.
Rachel, where's the one near you? I want to go to one of those in the next couple of weeks. You got to go there with an appetite, though. I mean, they keep bringing things, and you turn your little circular card up, and you turn it up and down.
Some steakhouses will give you a deal if you could eat a whole porterhouse. They'll give you a T-shirt or something.
Yeah, porterhouse is not bad, but I'd rather have different cuts.
Meaning
Dry
that
aged is the way to go.
they'll give you an award and they'll put you on a they'll give you a T-shirt or a plaque or something if you could eat a whole steak.
If you look at like connoisseurs of fine food, like aged cheddar cheese and Roquefort blue cheese, and you get into the meat cuts, and then there isn't anybody that recommends anything. You lose some of the taste of the meat when you cook it more than medium rare.
So
But
Tom,
I think if you've never been to a Brazilian steakhouse, I think you should try it.
You need help? Or are you okay?
Yeah, do that. Do that. Trevor.
so
I'll come over
Tom,
there. Take you
the
out to that.
food, the
Yeah.
food down, the food down there. What kind of food do you find more down there than you did when you lived in Detroit?
Well, we have now. I wouldn't say it's the necessarily the healthiest fare, but there's a lot of soul food down here, which I like. A lot of like catfish, chicken fried steak, all sorts of vegetables, macaroni and cheese, fried okra, green peas, black eyed peas, cornbread. I mean,
What's
there's
the
a
Atlanta,
staple
Georgia known?
and you can get it. And you can get a
What is
killer
Atlanta,
lunch
Georgia known for?
all over around here.
What is Atlanta, Georgia known
Murders,
for? Well, besides murder, do you have a
Coca-Cola.
lot of cornfields? Do You have a lot of cornfields there. A lot of farming there.
Yeah, where I live. No, not really where I live. Not too much. A little, not a lot.
Oh no. Oh okay.
Yeah, but if you've never tried a good Brazilian steakhouse, I think you'd like it. Hey, Delbert. What's the next biggest town near you, Michelle? Near where you live? What's
Buffalo.
a big town?
Buffalo.
Yeah, Buffalo's got to have a Brazilian steakhouse. Yeah,
Isn't that where they got all that snow
It's-
in Buffalo?
yeah, yeah. I like pita bread too,
Have you gotten much snow,
and I like
Michelle?
good. None.
Yeah.
You don't have any, Michelle, do you?
Well, we got 3 to 5 inches today, but
Michelle.
it's we it's we haven't gotten a lot so far this season.
You know, Michelle, you and Chris have a lot in common because Chris is trying to start a channel and he just can't get over the hump. He
Yeah, it's
wants
hard.
to,
Well, it's
critique
hard.
movies.
Yeah, yeah, it's hard because I work and I do other things, and like with YouTube, you have to be really dedicated to doing YouTube.
And my thing is,
Yeah, you do.
I'm not very good at it. I mean, I can talk, but I'm afraid I just can't. You have to. I don't know.
What do you
Just
think
gotta
you can't
really,
do, Chris?
Well, I probably could, but you got to sit there and you got to talk about the movie. You got to discuss it. And I'm just, I don't I mean. I don't think I don't know.
You could do it.
Well,
Why don't
Debbie,
you
think
just
I
get
should-
one and try it one night?
Yeah, true. I have to practice because I don't want to just start out and just start making a whole bunch of mistakes. Because when you're talking, you gotta you know what I mean, you gotta practice so it sounds good. You can't just you know what I mean.
Just let it fly.
Yeah.
I can help you with it. Michelle, if I lived by you, we could knock out a cooking video in an hour.
Yeah, probably.
You know?
Well, that's the thing. Well, the thing is that's what I almost need like a camera person or
Yeah. Can't your mother help you?
she's not good at holding a camera, Tom. I've tried it,
And I
trust
can.
me.
Oh,
Like
you did.
yeah,
People would be interesting. People would be interested to see the beautiful Ozark Mountains of Branson. People would be interested in content like that. You know what I mean? People would be interested in
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. I'd give it a try. Just take the. I think the more amateurish, the better. I like it when I see someone just like say you make some like those Cheez-Its. I'd watch that, but if I looked and it was like this real professional production, I don't think
well,
I'd probably pass right through it.
well, actually, there's a really easy recipe too that I've been making, which I could probably put this on YouTube because it's very simple. Like, so you take Parmesan cheese, you put a tablespoon or two on a cooking sheet, you pat it down, and you put it in the oven literally for 5 minutes, and it's like this tasty like cheese crisps that you can make, and it's just really easy to make. And everyone has
Oh,
Parmesan
cool. Do
cheese,
that
I'm
then.
sure.
Why don't you just try some real simple ones like that? Won't take long. You don't need all these camera angles.
Yeah, I'll go for that.
Are you using a camera or a phone?
Both. I've tried both. And I bought 2 tripods. So, yeah.
I still think I know it sounds crazy, but the one on your head would be the best because you could
I
just
thought
look the direction you'd want to, and nobody's going to see the camera on your head.
the GoPros are cool, that's for sure. The GoPros are definitely a way to,
Yeah.
especially if you're doing
Excuse me. And I know how to work those.
activities.
Yeah.
Oh,
Did you
I
look
know,
up
like,
Rachel Ray's sister, Banshee Moon?
yeah, I did actually.
What'd you think
Boy,
about
Yeah.
that?
she's really aged. Boy, she's really aged.
Yeah, that's my man.
Who's in the chat tonight? Oh,
Chris, Ron Jeremy.
Ranger.
You know who that is?
I've heard of him before,
I bet you have. Yeah, I just keep it simple. Yeah, I mean, look, thank you, Rita. You look at Rachel Ray's sister, Banshee Moon. I mean, I'm not for that. I'm not into that stuff. But I mean, you can't argue against her success. She does well.
You
I
ever
mean,
heard of Paula
if you
Dean?
dress right, and Paula Deen, I didn't know too much about that, but she
Well,
was very successful.
Paula Dean has a restaurant here at the Branson Landing, right on the lake, and we have a Guy Fieri restaurant here as well.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's tourists. I mean, it's for tourists. People that go to Guy Fieri are people that come here on vacation. It's not for locals.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it's a real Pamela Dean, Paula Dean's restaurant, and we have Guy Fieri here on the landing.
Oh, okay.
It's right on
You know
Table
that
Rock
Marie
Lake.
Callender's, the one that makes the frozen dinners and stuff.
yeah.
They're great.
Actually,
She's got a restaurant someplace.
really?
Yeah.
That is
Yep.
so. Isn't that kind of like just like when Rachel Ray came out with dog food?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I remember.
It didn't
So
last.
stupid. It
They
didn't,
still
huh?
sell their dog food at Walmart, don't they, Debbie? Yeah, they still sell it.
Oh, they do. Oh,
Yeah, Walmart. Yep.
they took it out of a
No,
lot of stores here.
Hey, Miss Brown. Now, is she a big animal lover or something? I mean, does she have any idea what she's doing with dog food?
She has. I think she has a dog.
Or is it? Okay. Because
But
when they have these dog foods where they put out warnings that it's killing dogs, failed kidneys, and shit like that, and you read these articles and you research it, you realize that there's about 6 companies making all the brands. I mean, there's places that make a brand for a really good dog food, and they make a really brand for really bad dog food right in the same
well,
factory.
well, Tom, a lot
Because
of companies.
yeah,
That's how.
it's just seems like a big marketing scam.
No, it is, and like even like
I think it's
regular food and everything, it really is made by a few major distributors. Really, it's yeah. No, you're absolutely right as far as
yeah.
the foods go.
Which
But
is
you have
what's
to
your
look.
take? What's your take on Banshee Moon though? Do you think that's cool or it's just inappropriate or what?
I mean, I wasn't particularly entertained, but I watched like
So,
well, you know,
getting back to the YouTube channel thing you were telling me about, you really, Tom, you need to go and check these guys out and go to YouTube and type in Ask the Bell Life. Now, they have 2 channels on here, and they're making a killing on here. They have the one channel is called Ask the Bell Life. Like, here's one of the topics. Here's what someone will say. My wife treats me like crap because I don't make enough money. And they have like 23.3K subscribers on just, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's pretty weird.
So I could have a channel say, ask
You hear,
Chris.
Michelle?
yeah, it's great. That's crazy.
I give it a whirl.
Well,
Wife treats me like crap because I don't make enough money.
I started receiving for a while, people were donating to my Cash App and everything, you know, trying to encourage my channel. And then all of a sudden,
Yeah.
I just like, and I didn't find these videos. Other people would bring them to my attention. Not that that matters either way, but
But some of these people are taking advantage when they're putting out their cash apps and wanting
Chris,
money.
Michelle's talking.
there. But what was really crazy is how people just started making all of these hate videos.
About
You
you?
know, yeah. Oh yeah, they jumped right on like shortly after I started making videos. It was making, you know, hate videos and just talking bad about me, you know, just making fun of every move I make. Not that it doesn't bother me, but what I think is kind of funny that people spend time to make videos of me, regardless of whatever, you know. I think
Yeah.
that that's entertaining.
Weird. They have nothing else to do. How many
Right.
subscribers did you get?
Subscribers?
Yeah.
I'm still under 300, so I'm still not monetized yet on
And what are the
YouTube.
most views you ever got?
I would say like 5,000, but I
Oh, that's
believe it
good.
was on a short video. Yeah, so I'm not monetized yet, but um, yeah, I need more subs. That's what it boils down to.
Yeah, it's true. Do you get money? What do you need? Like 1,000 or something?
Yeah, I need 1,000 before, but that's where the shorts can come into play with it all.
Yeah, really long, yeah.
Yeah, I don't mess with those shorts, so I don't know too much about it.
They're really
Yeah, Dave's
easy
right
to.
about. Yeah,
My channel is Moments with Michelle.
yeah, that's good.
God, I want an
So
apartment so bad.
what are you
Well, if it
drinking
ain't,
tonight, Tom?
What?
I saw this Italian beer in the beer store. Italian, Verdi. It sucks.
Want an apartment
It's
so bad. How can
expensive
I
too.
get?
I'm not going to get it again.
Where do
You
you
get one.
live?
Start doing those YouTube, man. Just be yourself.
We, li- we live in an
What's that,
extended
Michelle?
stay.
Oh,
That's
um,
not bad, though. Well, I don't care about like living places. I'd live in an extended stay. I wouldn't give a shit. I live in a double wide, single wide,
Debbie,
starter
Debbie's gonna go.
home, old Sears home.
Debbie's gonna go absolutely insane if we don't get an apartment this year. She can't take it anymore.
Really?
She just can't handle it anymore. Living in one room anymore, and not having a kitchen, not being able to cook. Because the city
Oh,
of
really?
Branson doesn't want people using
They
cooking
were
items in the rooms, and if you get caught, you get automatically kicked out.
Oh, wow. What is
Yeah,
the
so that's
problem with getting an apartment, though?
it's the
Why would
problem
you
is
have a
that
problem getting an apartment?
because it's so expensive to even get into a place.
they
They
have
want
they have
rent.
subs.
They
They have
want background checks. I don't know. My background is clean, but that's just the issue. And my biggest downfall is I don't save money. I could blow $500 in a day on movies, and I don't save money.
they have they have lots of programs and
Yeah.
subsidized housing for apartments that are affordable.
Branson does not have affordable housing here. They lack affordable housing here so bad, and transportation are the two number one issues here. We don't have a public
Why don't you just be?
transportation.
I think you ought to just go with the Ron Jeremy twin brother thing.
You're funny.
That'd get him some fame, wouldn't it, Michelle?
Yeah, there you go. Start
Oh,
making
Look,
some
Michelle,
YouTube videos.
They might go after my Social Security if they find out I'm doing that.
no, you got to put it in Debbie's name.
Oh, okay.
You fucking A right, they would. They would go after
No,
your
actually,
Social Security. Better believe it.
no,
That's all
you know,
1099.
no, actually they wouldn't. I'm allowed to work. I'm allowed to make money. I could actually have a job if
How
I want. I
much?
could go work too. I'm allowed to gross $1,000.
You sure about?
Yes, I'm on survivor benefits.
Yeah, but you'll
I'm
make
not-
more than
I'm
that
not-
on you.
I'm on survivor benefits.
Yeah, but you'll
It's
make
different.
more than that on YouTube. Don't do that. Put it in Debbie's name.
Yeah.
Seriously.
What are you
You'll
survivor?
make more than a grand.
What are
alone.
survivor benefits?
Survivor benefits. Me and my brother collect my dad's Social Security.
Yeah, good for you. No, Lakota. No, he just got they ruled he's mentally incompetent. Ron Jeremy.
Oh, what happened?
The bunch of these girls that he was in porn was said that he raped him and shit over the years. You know, kind of a Bill Cosby thing.
Oh,
You know the true
I
story
mean,
about
look,
Linda Lovelace?
I'm against that.
You know the real story about Linda Lovelace?
Yeah,
is
I
that
like
she was
Linda.
forced. She was forced to do that.
That's what she says. I like Linda Lovelace. She got killed in a car accident outside of Denver.
Yeah.
You know Linda Lovelace is, don't you?
who is she?
You ever read the book
You don't know her?
Ordeal?
No, I don't.
No. You ever read it, Michelle?
No.
It's called
That's a good
Ordeal.
answer.
It'll tell you what happened. She was forced into that. She was forced. So I don't know.
Her husband was
Yeah, she had all these porn people. The thing about it is they live such terrible older lives out of porn. They shoot themselves. They drink too much. They overdose. And for those reasons,
That's where the-
I've had girls ask me before about getting into porn, stripping shit. I always try and talk them out of it. Not that I have a problem with doing that if it's their body and they want to make money. It's just how their lives end up most of the time. Well, why? I don't know. But
Well,
they do. Look at Raven as an example.
think about it like this, right? No, think about it like this, right?
Have a good
Yeah.
night, Tom.
Good night, Chris.
Like this. See, the thing is, it's easy money. So it's nothing that you worked really hard to get. Like, to get a job doing stuff like that, it doesn't take a lot of work. So it's easy money.
Yeah, you're right.
There's
Yeah,
drugs.
You're right.
There's drugs and alcohol everywhere. It's not really, not.
Well, let me ask you this. You take a girl that's really promiscuous, single, and goes out and bangs 30 guys in a year. Is that any different than someone that goes into porn and gets paid for having sex that people watch? I mean, from a moral perspective, could you explain the differences?
So
I
don't think that it's healthy for somebody to have a multitude of partners, I guess, but to each their own, so like if you get into like, but the thing is, Tom, is it's like when you choose a lifestyle like that, it usually catches up to you, like how many people that that live lifestyles like that consistently, that live to be in their 70s and 80s,
Yeah,
it's
right.
usually
That's
like
it, yeah.
they're lucky if they live in their 50s, so I mean,
Yeah.
take that into consideration as well, and like you said,
Hey, how
most
about
of them
this? How about this? I was reading a lot about Elvis. His death was recently, or his birthday, or some shit. I started watching a lot of Elvis, and reading Wikipedia and different things about Elvis. And I thought he was a cool guy, and he seemed like a humble guy, and I liked him until I realized that he had a 14-year-old girl shipped across the seas from England that he'd met when he was in the army, and she moved in with him. That is fucked up. I don't care what time it was, then, now, in between then and now. He was 8 years older than her and had a 14-year-old girl come in and live with him. What a pervert.
I think,
You couldn't do that shit now.
oh, no way. Well, the thing is I would never let
Yes,
my kids
Christine, I
at
did.
14, like, I would not feel that at 14 years old that the right decision would to be to send them
Yeah,
off
Priscilla.
with a
Yeah,
person.
that's right. He's a pervert. So was Jerry Lee Lewis. 22-year-old guy with a 14-year-old girl. That's fucking weird. And he
No,
ruined her
that,
damn life. She'd have been so much better had she not met that loser.
yeah, the thing
Yeah, I think
is,
it's fucked up. I really do.
I,
I thought he was a cool guy, and then when I realized how young she was, and I have lost all respect for that pervert.
when you're 14, you're very like formidable, so when
Yeah, you're right.
a guy,
It is Lakota.
you know, you're at a legal age. So like let's say you're 22 and you're going after a 14-year-old.
Yeah,
So like a 14-year-old
yeah,
can't
yeah,
drive, he can't go to bars, like and there's reasons for that. So I don't
yeah.
feel like, you know,
Right.
it is.
I think he was,
It's
and
rape.
he fucked up. I think it is too.
It's rape
Statutory rape.
because they don't really have a say. Like it's not. It. I don't think that they're at 14. A girl is a
You're right,
woman
Rita.
yet.
No, they're not. It's total perversion. I will
Like
not
I know.
watch any more of that fucking dirtbag. I'm glad he died. He deserved it.
I know. At 14, I was not like. There's no way. It's like at 14, I was capable
Right,
of
Lakota?
having an adult relationship.
Yeah,
You're
but I'll
right.
tell you something, man. I've talked to a lot of women about this. You'd be surprised at women I know that were blowing guys and fucking at 12 and 13 from good homes that grew up to be professionals. It wasn't like they were from bad families or bad neighborhoods or poverty or any of that shit. It shocked me. I couldn't believe it. The young, and some of these guys were a lot older.
Well,
Weird to
yeah,
me. I think it's weird. I'll tell you what I
yeah.
think's just as weird. I mean, you do see young women that are attractive, but you're supposed to know better, right? That's the difference between being a lech and a decent person. But I know these older guys that would go to the Cuba and these Asian countries, these young girls. I think that's just as fucked up, whether it's legal or whether it's not. If you're an older guy and you're pursuing women this age, you're a fucking kook. I hope someone
Well,
murders these motherfuckers. They deserve it. They ruin these young girls' lives.
that's what I'm saying. At when you're so young, you're so like I don't know, like you should just leave it alone. Like if
Right,
you're
totally. Yeah.
if if it's two adults on the other hand, that's different. That's a different story. But if we're talking about like 30-year age gap here with a minor, you should really.
Hey, excuse me one second. Does anybody know this Relentless? You know how you can click on their thing and see how long they've been around? Rita, do you know how to do that? Any of you guys, do you know how to do that, Michelle? Do you know if I don't know this
No.
Relentless, and I'm not into letting people on that I don't know. Uh, I'll give you a link, and if I know you or they tell me your profile's been around a while, I'll do it. But I don't want to get porn bombed and fuck around with that tonight. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, you're fine.
That's a lie,
Um,
Nicole. Yeah, I believe that after they had the baby. Yeah, I think that's total perversion. But I was surprised at the people that I knew that had actually, at least on the surface, done well in life, and how early they were having sex. With older males. It's just that's terrible.
I think
Really.
I think it also stems from lack of um kind of like a lack of
2020.
maybe a father figure
Thank you,
too.
Alita. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. I mean, but I mean, they should get prosecuted. You know.
Well, yeah, like if somebody's going after like a 12-year-old and they're in their 50s or whatever, like that's just wrong.
Now here's an argument. Now I'm not. I'm against this stuff, honestly. But here's a little problem I have with that. I knew a lot of gay guys when I was younger, and they were always getting set up. They'd go to a park that was known for gay shit, and a guy'd come up to the urinal next to them with a big heart on him, wink at him, and they'd go for it, and they'd get arrested. I mean, that's entrapment, if you ask me. I mean, now they shouldn't have taken the bait to begin with. But when they do these things like To Catch a Predator, and these law enforcement agencies go out, and you're talking to some young girl online, those are like older guys or older women acting like younger girls. That's entrapment too, because there's really no victim. It's a make-believe person. How can there be a crime for something that didn't really happen? It's all made up, especially when that To Catch a Predator was on. It's all volunteers, older people acting like young people. Now, I think that's great that these people get caught and they get prosecuted. But honestly, if you know anything about the law, it's a violation of due process. Now, if you
That's
notice,
true,
Dateline's off
actually.
the air with that kind of crap now. Chris Hansen is unemployed and writing bad checks. So it finally caught up with him. And that family sued where that one prosecutor. Yeah, I mean, I mean, you got to play by the rules.
No, you're
You know?
right, because, well, I know that there was a big stipulation here with cops,
Yeah, bring her up then.
cops entrapping people leaving bars. So they would wait outside bars and wait for people to be
Yeah,
drunk and pull them
yeah,
over for DWIs.
yeah.
There was a
That's
time
it.
when
But at least there, I don't know if that's entrapping, because you still have to like cross the yellow line, drive too slow, drive too fast. You got your brights on, that kind of shit. Your lights weren't on when you pulled out of the parking lot, no seatbelt, that kind of thing,
Hello. Thank you for letting me up, Tom.
Oh, you're welcome.
Hi, Michelle.
Sorry, I was a little reluctant.
No, that's okay. I
I've
just
been
started
scamming before.
streaming myself a couple months ago, and you do have to be really cautious.
Oh, okay. Well, you haven't started masturbating yet, and you're not a guy, so it's good to go.
Well, I don't know. The content of my channel, I'm definitely blue humor, and I was wondering, once Michelle is done talking, if I can interview you a little bit.
Oh yeah, Michelle, you up for that?
yeah,
All right, let me have it. Go ahead.
Hi, Double A. Oh, I can just start. All right, let me just switch back over to the YouTube so I can see chat. Okay. Well, I started watching you when you were filming in Detroit. A lot of the homeless women, the prostitutes, and I just had so many questions about that, because that's when I started following you. I subbed to you. I found it absolutely fascinating. And I know quite a few of the ladies, God rest their souls, passed on.
Yeah, yeah,
And
he did.
I want to know how that affected you.
Honestly, I mean, to be completely truthful about this, I mean, when there's things that happen sometimes, like that are like really hurtful, or that would really bother you, I can do this. I've done this with like other things in my life, maybe in my whole life, maybe 20 things. And I think that the girls that died are probably 10 of those. And I just kind of like, it's weird. I wish I could do it about daily worries about other things unrelated to that. But in those cases, like Raven, I just like block it out of my mind. On one hand, I
Mhm.
really didn't know them. It was just an innocent interview about people that got caught up in the trap of drug addiction and prostitution.
Right.
I really
Right.
had no control on their life. I gave them a ham sandwich, $10, and some clothes. I mean, I really didn't do that much. And I kind of was able to not let myself go there that much. And to tell you the truth, I really didn't know them that well. But yeah, it bothered me. I'll tell you this. I go back and look at some of my old videos. That's really why I kind of got on YouTube. I was just chronicling my photos and later videos. And I like to go back 20 years. It's like, oh, yeah, I remember that. It was fun. And I just found that lifestyle very interesting. I wasn't trying to exploit them or use
Right.
them or
I do
anything. When
too.
you find out that, I think part of it was too, is that I was kind of expecting their death. I can remember thinking with
Okay.
Raven, she's never getting out of here. It's not
You
happening.
just
Now
have
that
that
doesn't make it
feeling.
any easier, but to tell you the truth, I just kind of like, I just, I just like try and like not think about it, because I was kind of set up. I knew it was, I'm a little bit shocked that it happened to so many women, you know, it really, because if you look at all the women I interviewed down there really weren't that many of them, and a lot of them did end up dead. And I just, from a variety of reasons, mostly overdose, getting
Mhm.
hit by cars, that
Mhm.
kind of thing. But it's kind of the nature of the beast. And so to answer your question, it did bother me, but it never got to me like other things of less significance. It's really hard to articulate to you. I felt
Okay.
bad about
Well,
it though, and I
thank you for
never
that
watched their
answer.
videos. Yeah, it sucked. I can name them to you right now, like Kelly from Monroe. Monica was a sweetheart. Raven was really great. Uh, those three, really stand out. You interview them, you're hoping they're going to get better. And I think that's the biggest disappointing part. Death is very humbling. And with a young girl that
Mhm.
gets caught up in that, it's like, oh, God, you've probably done it. There's certain things you can just kind of like, you go crazy. I catch myself thinking about sometimes, and I just like think about something else. I'm pretty
Yeah.
successful in that regard.
Yeah.
But there's other things that are less significant than their death that drive me nuts. So it's weird. I don't know how to explain it fully to you. It bothered me though. It did.
Yeah. Thank you for answering that. I know that was probably a pretty difficult question. Are you still talking with the ladies there?
Yeah, some of them I do. Some of them I do keep in touch with. Not too many because I'm not in Detroit any longer, and I just came down here kind of the spur of the moment. And honestly, Detroit was heading south. I was getting threatened a lot. Too
Oh gosh.
recognized. you know, People are like, there's enough crazies down there. And the thing about it down there is the cops are just as crazy. They're always getting indicted, charged, fired. It isn't like you feel safe. You call the cops and they show up, and then they're going to start hassling you. What are you doing down here to begin with? That kind of thing. And I was
Yeah.
always kind of afraid of getting set up. And I knew it finally came to the point down there where I was either going to shoot someone or they were going to shoot me. And there was a
Yeah.
very good chance of me just be driving around there at 2 a.m. and some jack off that thinks I'm exploiting girls comes and blasts
Right.
me with a 12 gauge shotgun through the windshield. They find me dead and Daisy running in a neighborhood, and
Right.
they don't do a thing about it. I just could see it coming, so I got the hell out of there.
Good. I think you
Yeah,
made the right decision.
I'm going to do it again, but it's going to be different now. I'm not identifying exactly where I'm at. I'm not giving contact information because what would happen is I'd go down there and I'd interview somebody, let's say like Becky. the next day, they'd know who it was. They get a hold of her family on Facebook, tell them that I'm currently being investigated for murder. They
Oh
need to get
gosh.
her out of there as soon as possible. Yeah. And then they call the police department and say that you guys suck. You're lazy. Quit eating donuts. Get out there and arrest Tom Reed. They were working it any way they could, swatting
Right.
me. So it just got to where, you'd have had to have been stupid to keep going down there. And to be honest with
Exactly.
you, the area kind of died. There wasn't new girls coming in all the time. So after a while, I mean, once you've interviewed Becky or even Maddie, I always encouraged everybody from the very beginning, you don't have to go through me. If I can take photos or set you up with you two, I'd be glad to. Because once I've interviewed them 3 times, other than being a YouTube whore for views or subscribers,
Right.
what am I going to ask them about?
Right.
So it really
You kind
kind
of
of, and
exhausted
on
all the
top of that,
questions.
yeah, and it really kind of dried up for me down there, and it got too dangerous, so I just quit going down there.
Well, and I know
I did.
and I know you've received a lot of hate, probably because your channel became so successful and so large that there's a lot of jealousy there. But to not focus on the hate and the negativity, can you tell me a story or two about the love and the positivity that came from when you first started
Oh
out,
yeah.
first growing and
No, yeah. The way it happened is, I've always been into photography big time, even since a kid. I've got every camera there is. When a new one comes out, I buy it, and I like black and white photography. And I just, for some reason, have always been attracted to blight. Burned down buildings, and Detroit was paradise, especially when it was rock bottom. And I was down there doing photography all the time, and at the time before the newspapers went broke, I would go and I get a Detroit News and I get a Detroit Free Press. I'd stop at the BP gas station down on 4th Street, and I'd go get a coffee and I'd wait for freighters to go by while I read both papers. And what would happen is there were 2 incidents. One, I saw a prostitute one time get by some hot dogs at a convenience store and give them to some stray cats. And I also saw a prostitute go
oh,
and throw bread to the birds in the wintertime. And I would see them, and it over a couple year period, because I would go in there and get my coffee all the time, and I'd stop there later, maybe get a monster drink. I would listen to them as they interacted with the clerk. Marguerite was one of those people, and
oh,
I thought, man, to me,
Marguerite,
this is
yes.
really super. Yeah, I'm thinking this is really super interesting to me. I mean, how do these people get here? They seem pretty bright, and they have good dialogue with the clerk. I think one of these days I'm just going to ask them for an interview. And that's how it all kind of started. YouTube came on. I was bored with photography. I didn't know too much about video, so I just got a camera, and I just went up and said, hey, would you mind if I interviewed you someday? It's like, no, be glad to. And that's how it all took off. But probably my first 5 or 10 videos, nobody watched them. What really happened, to tell you the truth? I mean, I really never planned on having that many subscribers and viewers, but that's the YouTube algorithm. They thought that it
Uh-huh.
wasn't anything I did. It was the people that I interviewed. And YouTube really promoted me for a while. They don't do that anymore. I'm kind of on their shit
Mm-mm,
list. They
no.
don't want guys like me out there interviewing prostitutes. So
Right.
what some young kid took a couple of my videos, Penny, I think, who was murdered over a $10 debt, and he
Oh.
cut and pasted them on Reddit. And that's when it took off. It was Reddit people that came over to YouTube. And then it went, I mean, I had like 60 subscribers for about 3 or 4 years, which I was fine with because I never thought anybody watching anyway. And then what started happening, then those videos kind of took off. Then I went to like 10,000. It's like, wow, I never thought about this. And then 20, 30, 100, 20. And then around the 140,000, 50,000 thing, it was all YouTube. It wasn't, anything I did. They changed their ways. They don't want you talking about drugs. They don't want you asking working girls what kind of drugs
Right.
are on. They don't even want me talking to you about a drug like Prozac and how it benefited me.
Right.
So you could see the writing on the wall. And then they started, giving me trouble. I'll give you an example. Like there were 2 videos. One, I said how to make meth. And what it was, I was making baby food for some 2 baby blackbirds that I found. And another
Oh.
one was of a prostitute that flashed her breasts. I didn't even see it. She flashed her breasts one time, and it was just, I'd be driving around recording. I didn't even see it. To tell you the truth, if I did, I'd have probably uploaded it anyway. Because if you look at the content on YouTube, there's all sorts of stuff on there that you think, God, how is this allowed?
How did it
So all of a
make it?
sudden I
Yeah.
woke up one day and I got 2 strikes. They gave me
Oh
2
gosh.
strikes, and they said, you get one more strike and your channel's gone. And
Were
by
you able
that
to
time I had already
appeal?
had about 2,500 uploads. I appealed it, yeah, and they did
Good,
actually change those to warnings and took away the
good.
strikes. But just recently, they've been, they don't send out notices for my lives and they don't promote me anymore, which that's okay. I'm fine with it. But they don't, any way they can get a chance to, like, I don't know, I don't want to say harass, but just they don't send any traffic my way. I don't really care, man. I mean, I was never really into it that much, but I've learned that it's just not a company that you can trust and you can rely on. So, I mean, my whole success, if you will, which I don't really consider it that, was created by them, not me. And, they gave it to me and they're taking it away. It's not that big a deal. But for a while, I mean, for about 2 years, they were paying me about $14,000 a month. And
Oh,
now I've
Tom,
got
that's amazing.
15,000 videos uploaded. I know. But I spent it all on good things. And I was way in the hole. I mean, I used to go down and stay a month in Detroit. Just my hotel bill was about, 2,800, and then gas and whatever. Everybody thinks you're getting rich on this stuff. I never expected to
No,
get a
yeah,
dime. Well, now
yeah.
with 15, and then what they started doing is saying that my videos weren't suitable for advertisers. And once you get that yellow dollar sign, then you're only getting compensated through YouTube premium subscribers. And the last time I checked, that was only about 20 million. It's hard to get anybody to watch your videos anyway, and 20 million is nothing. So I could see the house of cards was collapsing, but that's okay. I mean, I met a lot of good people. I never counted on the money. All the money I made, I gave like tons away and did nice things. So I'm not really
Oh, good,
complaining, but
good.
I've, I've figured them out. You know what I mean? I'm doing the
Well, I
same
have
thing
a
now that I did. I mean, I wish I could hide the views on the viral videos, but you can't.
yeah. Well, I have a final question for you, Tom.
Yeah,
Do
yeah, go
you
ahead.
do you have hope for Detroit changing into a more
No,
safe?
no, no,
No, that was
absolutely
quick.
not. No, nothing. No, absolutely. I can tell you from the beginning, Dan. I'm from around there. Not that that means anything, but it's over for Detroit. They have a terrible, corrupt police department. Google it. It's the
Okay.
number one dangerous city in the country. It's been 1, 2, or 3 for the last 25 years. Their infrastructure sucks. There's no public transportation worth a shit. Their school system's in shambles. Their taxes are high, and the blight is absolutely ridiculous. You'd have to be crazy to live in Detroit. Anybody thinking that Detroit's comeback is legitimate lives in a fantasy world. And I think they stood a chance for a while, like when they redid Corktown. But I tell you, COVID put the cherry on the top. And don't believe what
Mm,
I say. Just go and look through uh, certain indicators like you'd find in any big city. Their commercial real estate is in the tank.
hmm
Uh, wait till they have to pay this back debt on these pension funds. Nobody wants to go there. No employer wants to go there. Somehow they got Amazon to
hmm
fake like they were considering Detroit. I think that was absolute myth. Nobody wants their kid in the school system. Insurance is
Right.
cost prohibitive on a vehicle or on a car on a home. No insurance company wants to write there. I can see why. And if you have a
Wants to
burned
touch
out
you.
or
Yeah.
vacant house in your neighborhood, you're done, even if it's 10 houses away. So I can't think there's the big three is actually the small two now. There's really no legitimate industry. Everybody has moved out to the suburbs. So here you have a city that was designed for an infrastructure of about 2 million people. It's down to around 580,000. And for all the reasons that I just explained, look, everything has a shelf life. That ship has sailed. Detroit
hmm
was great around the turn of the war. But now that automobile, everybody's making automobiles now. They're making them in
hmm
California. They're making them in
hmm
Korea. They're making them in Japan. It's over. Chicago's next. I lived there as well for about 12 years. Things are changing. Everything, I'm telling you, we're going third world. I've seen
I
this coming
believe
for a
that,
long
Tom.
time.
I
This
believe that,
idea,
Tom.
this standard of life that you were thinking of, where you worked 35 years. And I'm not saying that, you know, I think it was an abnormally ridiculous high standard of living for uneducated people for too long. They got used to it. But these days, are like your parents, where they paid 22,000 to move into a home and sold it for 380,000 before they decided to move to Florida or over.
Right.
I can tell you this, in 1974, a lot of the guys that I graduated with from high school went to work for McLeod Steel and places like that. And at that time, they could work a year with some overtime. Not a lot, but, double shifts.
Now, was that in Michigan, the
Christmas,
McLeod
that kind of-
Steel?
That was in Michigan, around Detroit. And you could buy a nice house in a middle-income area for $28,000.
Yes. Yep.
Now that same house is about $275,000 or $350,000,
Yep.
and nobody's paying anything. So you've got gas, you've got insurance, foods went up 38%.
Utilities.
I hate to be a naysayer, but I don't see how utilities. Yeah, insurance is through the roof. I mean, I don't know how people get back. And like, I got a Mickey Mouse degree. I somehow, hung around long enough to get a 4-year degree in criminal justice. When I worked part-time and went to college, I had a new car. I had a nice apartment. Apartments now are like $1,800 a month in like so-so neighborhoods. Cars are $60 grand.
I will tell you this, and I'm
Nobody I
fascinated.
knew, if anybody could. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I will tell you this. I'm fascinated
No, go ahead.
with the study of young girls, starting at 8, younger than 18, as soon as they can get into this biz. And college girls, intelligent women, they're going into the sex work industry now in droves, and it's because it's online. It's not only just
No.
OnlyFans.
No,
It's
you're right.
sugar daddies. It's
Yeah,
prostituting
I know.
online.
Sugar, yeah. That's
And
it.
and I think that's
exactly it.
how women are making it now. The car note, the rent, the utilities, the food,
No.
children.
No, absolutely. Hey, not only women, married couples.
Yeah.
Married couples too.
Yeah.
No, I know. And like I say, I'm a big porn guy, to tell you the truth. I've been that way my whole life. I mean, if there was an addiction, I'd raise my hand. But anybody that's ever asked me, a female, and I've been to every damn strip club, titty bar, massage parlor there is, I tell them all, do not do this. And I tell them because for some reason, and I can't even articulate it appropriately, life does not work out very good for female sex workers.
It's
a high
only
alcoholism,
becoming
drug
it's
overdose, 'cause
becoming
they
much
feel like
more
shit about themselves.
rampant.
No, it's ridiculous. No, and as you know, there's a shelf life for women selling themselves.
Yeah.
And once you get out of that age range, it's Walmart. They don't know how to deal with it. They think that day is never going to come. It's the same with older people saving money. I mean, I walk around
Yes.
thinking to myself, I never thought I'd be this age. I'm an old guy now. I thought I'd been dead a long time ago. So
Yeah.
these women, they get out there all of a sudden, they're 50 years old, and the only
It's
job they
over.
can get is working at a gas station.
It's over.
And they feel like shit about themselves. They have low self-esteem.
Well, because
You just
sexuality
can't
is all
come
they
from
knew.
a culture of sexuality is all they knew. It's terrible. But here's the deal. There's two ways of looking at that too. You got the girl that's topless dancing, working as an escort, or you got the bimbo that put 20 grand into a couple new tits and she's hanging out places where there are older guys.
Mhm.
And there is an argument when an older sugar daddy marries a younger girl. There's an argument for that it doesn't get any more honest than that. He married her because she had a young, tight body, and she married him for financial security. So when you look at that compared to this mumbo jumbo the average Joe gets in, you got to admit, at least things were spelled out pretty early on. Everybody was very clear on why those two were hooked up.
Correct.
And if you look at divorce and it's higher than marriage, this loving each other and growing together and have a 50-year golden wedding anniversary seems like more of a pipe dream than a reality. And now that women, at least they did, that's kind of dying out too, had a chance to make money on their own. They didn't need to live with some abusive son of a bitch for, 60 years. It's just the
Amen.
whole thing is like upside down.
I really feel like, and I agree with you. I think that now America is absolutely at it's tipping. It's at, the
Point.
tipping scale.
Tipping point. Absolutely right. Tipping point for sure.
It's
Everything has
absolutely
gone
past
to
the tipping point. Yeah. It's going to start
it's
crumbling,
just-
and it's probably going to crumble fast.
It already has. Here's where they got you. Is like what most people don't understand. I figured this out early because, I went up to West Branch, but I'd been going up there since 78 to help a sister of mine that had a crazy kid that ended up forcing her out of business. I realized up there over the years and just traveling around, like it was photography. You get to see places that used to be really good. There's lots of them, and there are more every day. And then I started traveling all over the U.S. I took about 10 years off, and all I did was drive around, take road trips, and take photographs. And all of a sudden, you're seeing it in Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska. Everywhere
Mm-hmm.
you go, down here, same thing. It's half dead, half vacant.
Mm-hmm.
You got a
Mm-hmm.
cell phone shop, pizza place, gas stations selling vape pens, and lottery
Mm-hmm.
tickets. The culture is gone. It doesn't matter whether you're in Knoxville or Toledo, Ohio. It's the same
Mm-hmm.
strip mall, Lowe's, Home Depot. It all
Mm-hmm.
looks the same. And the blight and the unemployment is through the roof. I feel sorry for these young people. The idea
Well,
of taking
oh
a
my
road
goodness
trip, I took
gracious.
lots of
I
them.
know.
You got to be rich.
The youth are our next, the next generation coming up, and pretty much the only fast money. Well, I mean, I guess we still have our need for health care, surgeons, skilled doctors, and then you have your drug dealers and your sex workers, and they're growing in population by the week. The fast
Mhm.
money online.
Fast money online. That's it. I know this sounds crazy to you, and it's kind of a double-edged sword, but being around, and I got lucky in life. I did, and that's all it is. It wasn't hard work or being smart or any of that stuff. But some of the time, Becky kind of articulated it perfectly. And she said she just decided one day that she didn't want to be a good mother and have a loving husband and live in a middle-class neighborhood. She just wanted to be high all the time.
Really?
And at the
Becky
time,
told you that?
yeah. And she said she just left one day with clothes in the dryer
Hmm.
and never looked back. Not everybody's. Maddie's kind of the same way. People say, "Oh, Maddie needs to be with her children." Wrong. Maddie's children are better off now than they've
Yeah.
ever been. And the reason for that
Yeah.
is because they're not around her. But Katie, if you look back at the girl I interviewed a few years ago, she said she didn't want responsibility in life. And, once you get to the point as a sex worker, giving blowjobs for $10 is like washing your hands. Once you have that
Mm-hmm.
crossover
Mm-hmm.
income as opposed to, it's over. I mean, it's unbelievable. That part affected me too. I got to the point now where, I was down to Detroit for a while. I'd be stepping over people screwing in the weeds and think nothing of it. Wouldn't even look
Mm-hmm.
down. That affects
Desensitized.
you. And when
Mm-hmm.
you're in an area like that, it desensitizes you. You're seeing dogs running around and, people eating
Awful.
food that they picked off the ground. I mean, awful. Look at, and here's the super scary thing. It kind of makes sense to industrial Rust Belt cities like Detroit, but you even see places like San Francisco where a damn 600 square foot apartment costs you, $4,300 a month, going to
Yep.
shit. That's the scary part.
Yeah.
One
Right,
of the
because we're not
biggest
talking
problems in
Pittsburgh, we're not talking Detroit.
No. And one of the problems, like if you look at San Francisco now, I mean, one of the problems these business owners have is people pooping and crapping in front of their Tiffany stores.
Yeah.
And look at these other places like out in LA, and look at this place out near Philadelphia, Kensington. I mean, they're making
Oh
TV
gosh.
shows.
Yes.
And you got crazies. I
terrifying.
mean, I didn't do it, but about 2 years ago, Dr. Phil's producer got a hold of me. And, when you're running a show like that, you run out of, it's like anything, you run out of content. So she was looking around YouTube and saw my channel and got a hold of me and wanted me to come out there to LA with Maddie and Gerald. And actually, she was very nice. She was from Michigan, not that that matters. And we talked for about a half hour. I liked her, actually. And it didn't really matter one way or the other, but she said she was interested. They decided that they finally weren't going to send people to rehab. Well, they didn't want to go to rehab anyway.
Right.
And I said, why? And said, we just found out that it didn't do any good. So once she said that, I thought, well, it's not up to me to decide for Maddie and Cheryl. And I thought to myself, I'm not going on Dr. Phil no matter what. But I did call Maddie and Cheryl, and I said, hey, look, it's not my decision. Here's her number. You might want to give her a call. And I guess they never got around to doing it. But that's how low if you ever watch the interview Dr. Phil did with Shelley Duvall, I knew right then. Plus, he lost his license as a psychologist for
I heard
sleeping with
that.
his patients.
What was
Yeah,
the
and
Shelley Duvall?
I would-
What was the Shelley Duvall about?
It's on YouTube. He just denigrates her. He's just a total
Awful.
jerk. And I kind of wrote him off back then. So I wouldn't have went on there for $1 million. I swear I wouldn't have done it. There was no dollar amount that was getting to go on that show. But you look at the TV shows, not that the Kardashians. Can you explain this to me?
No,
Paris Hilton?
no.
It's just, yeah. I think if you wanted to punish me and I robbed a bank and I got caught, you could give me 20 years in the Slammer. You could have me hang out for 6 months with the Kardashians. I'd take the 20 years in the Slammer. The bar is so low now. It's the haves and the have-nots. It's the
Oh
same with
my
the
goodness,
American
Tom.
Indian.
Oh my goodness. And it's
American-
like I said, we don't really have a middle ground anymore. There is no
No.
middle class.
No, it's American Indians, Native Americans. They claim they get this, they get half off their tuition. Yeah, well, their infrastructure's broke too. They gave them 2,000 acres in the middle of nowhere where they
Yep.
don't even own the property. They can't get a mortgage because they don't own the place where they'd like to build a house or get a mortgage for a business. I mean, this is another mystery to me, the way the Native Americans are treated. I just don't get it. I went out there 2 years ago, last September, and I'm going to do it again this spring, only this time I'm going to go to New Mexico. Now, mind you, I know when I'm going out there, nobody gives a shit. When I upload videos about Native Americans, their alcoholism and life sucks and this is why, nobody watches.
I'll be
this
fascinated.
Black
I
Lives Matter.
reside in Arizona.
Oh, okay. Yeah. The Black Lives Matter, I think it's significant. It's important.
Very.
When you compare it to what's happened with Native Americans, what
Oh,
good
it's
does free
awful.
tuition do you when you can't read and write?
When you
Yeah,
can't,
it's
exactly.
nuts.
Yeah.
That's why
It's
people
just
get on me
generation
about it.
after
I say, I got lucky. I came down here to Georgia. I got about another 15 years for its tits up for me. I'm glad. I wish I would have been born about 30 years earlier and I would have skipped all this shit.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
world sucks. The United States is different than it used to be.
Yeah. I'm blessed
You
to
know?
have grown up in the 80s and 90s because I think that was probably the last of really, like you said, culture.
Oh, big time. I mean, yeah, you didn't know how good we had it. At least when I came out of high school, if you didn't want to go to college, I had a good job. I got some good jobs before I went to college. And I thought, nah, you're kind of thinking college is better. It's going to lead us. And it did. It actually worked that way for me, but I wouldn't recommend it now. I mean, when anybody my age, when you went to college, if you got a student loan, you got it to buy a car. You didn't need it for your tuition. It wasn't that much. That's when subsidies were around,
Mhm.
Now they have to depend on tuition, which is why it costs an arm and a leg to go to college.
Mhm.
I mean, I wouldn't, my degree wasn't worth $2,500. And I know guys that come out of there now and get jobs as cops and stuff with $150,000 of student loans,
Oh, mhm. Oh, absolutely.
$350,000 to live in a shack. It's nuts.
Insanity.
No, that's why I know it sounds terrible. I'm kind of like this anyway, but yeah, I've had enough already.
I mean, I guess you
I'm
could
down
call
here
me
now in a place out in the middle of nowhere.
I'm a realist, Tom.
Yeah.
And I completely agree with what Jim Jones has been saying in chat. Vocational training is probably the best thing to do now. It's the skill, it's the trades now that our young men and women can get into where
Yeah,
we're
but here's
still
the deal
even
on
with,
that. Let me ask you this. Here's the deal on that. How many people, you remember when in the 70s and 80s and 90s, you see new houses getting built all over? How many new houses you see getting built now?
here in Arizona, they're everywhere, but we do have a lot of open spaces for, like Chandler's blowing up, Goodyear's blowing
Because
up,
I know
Tempe is
people
still
like it.
blowing up.
I knew people in Michigan and Ohio. There's no young guys that want to do pipe fitting and plumbing.
Oh, no, that's what I'm saying. They don't want, no, there's not young people that want to work.
Yeah, no. It's crazy. Yeah,
I
Market
mean, even
Tweety
here,
says
like at
marketable
Burger
skills,
King.
Remo Vega. The Burger King.
At
That's
Burger
it.
King now, they're
Hey, let me give
willing
you
to pay $8 an hour.
Yeah, I know. Let me give you another example. My sister was the first single owner of McDonald's franchises, and she made an absolute killing. She was making $500,000 35 years ago. And if you
Wow.
own a McDonald's in a small town, you got a job. If you own McDonald's off an expressway, you kill it. That's where you need them. Locations, everything, particularly with fast
Yes.
food. Anyway, she's broke. Her kids broke. They were forced out of business because of him. He was a spoiled brat. But I
Ah,
keep in touch with the management of those stores, and I know the new owner just from stuff over the years, right? And he's got 13 McDonald's, and their food costs went up so much last year, they just don't have enough guts to raise it up in the menu anymore. You go look at eating McDonald's is no longer cheap.
oh
COVID
no, it's
cost them a
not.
lot of COVID cost them a lot of their indoor dining, and their food expenses in every store went up $138,000 in this last year. And he owns 13. Now, if you own 13 McDonald's in the locations he has, 15 years ago, you were killing it. I mean, making crazy money. Probably grossing $3 million yourself, and then you had that payday when you sold out at the end. Now, when you talk to him now in today's economy with all the bullshit that's went on, he wishes he had no McDonald's, and he wishes he could sell them, and he wish he would have sold them back 15 years ago, and it was
Really?
worth it. Now, oh yeah, because you're getting it every way. You're getting it through these health regulations. You're getting it through what COVID did. You're getting it through food's up 38%. It's getting to the point, you don't see any dollar hamburgers any longer. And it's
No.
got to the point where here's a guy that had 13 kick-ass locations that was absolutely killing it, and he wishes he didn't own them anymore.
Wow.
That's sad. Yeah,
It
middle
is.
business. Who do you know is a self-employed person? Look at retail. I mean, like I still buy books at Barnes and Noble. I don't buy all of them, but I know that if I don't, and if everybody thought that the cheapest was the best, they're going to be out of business too. So I'm
Yeah.
old school enough
It'll
that
just
I'm
be a
willing to
matter
pay
of
more.
time.
Well, be careful what you wish for. People
Ugh.
bitch that there's no old businesses in the town they live in. Well, keep ordering from Amazon.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Eggs. Lakota Red Deer. Look at what eggs are now.
Oh my gosh. $8 a dozen. And it's impossible.
No, it's insane. Now, do you still work?
I do.
Do you work? What type of work do you do?
Yes, I'm employed.
What type of work do you do?
I'm a BHT, a behavioral health technician.
Oh, okay, good. Jeez. Well, you got your work cut out talking to me. I mean, I don't know how you I hate to, I know I'm kind of like a half full glass guy anyway, but I think these are facts. I mean, it's subjective always, but man, I'll tell you, I just don't see a lot of good. I mean, I'd rather just stuff my head in the sand and save stray dogs.
Oh, I do that too. I save animals. It's
Human
Maddie and
beings
Jarrell.
created this problem. Yeah.
What was that, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, humans created this problem by domesticating pets,
Oh, yes, absolutely. And then, of course, you have your impoverished areas, Detroit, for example, where these animals aren't even being. Is there even organizations to do TNR to trap, neuter, release, at least with the cat population in Detroit?
Well, I don't know about Detroit. I did that myself up north. And part of the reason, honestly, was because I like birds. I figured I'd save some birds I paid to have 25 of them spayed and neutered. It was
God
cheap.
bless
It's like
you.
$15 a cat or something. Yeah, I thought, hell,
Oh,
that ought to save some birds. That's why I did it.
that'll
Big
save a
deal.
lot of
You can blow
birds.
that you can blow that in a slot machine in 30 minutes. So I thought I might as well put it to good use
Absolutely.
for a change.
And I've blown 10
Exactly. I
times
mean,
that in the stock market.
oh yeah, same here. Oh, in the stock market, yeah, another thing. So
Oh my
yeah,
goodness.
it's
I'm
just
Tom,
it's
I'm down
just
67%. I'm down 67%. I mean, I'm
no. I
absolutely
know,
heartbroken.
I know. No, well, hang in there. I mean, hopefully you'll live long enough for it to turn. The guy I came to talk me into coming down here makes a ton of money, and he's got buddies of his that make crazy money. And he had a friend of his about 3 months ago that lost $970,000 in 1 month in the stock market.
Oh my
This will
God.
make you feel better. This will make you feel better. He doesn't bother him because he said it's going to come back.
Okay. When?
So and this
I'm
guy's
thinking within 3 years.
well, that's the thing, minus a crystal ball. That's what gets people. In your retirement age or when you think you're going to leave and move down
I
to
know,
Florida
because
or
I would
whatever.
like to retire
Timing's
in about
everything. It
6
works for some
years.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Yeah. What now? You upload videos as well?
I do.
You upload
I'm
videos?
more of just like a comic. I mean, I'll do risque dancing, which I'm surprised YouTube allows, because I mean, I'm a 80s, 90s girl. I
Yeah,
was
me
the
too.
spouse of a drummer in a famous 80s band. So I just grew up that way. I grew up fast. I grew up wild, but I also had a very serious side where I always supported myself. And it wasn't in the sex industry. I did it in hospitals, clinics, and I've always worked my ass off and paid my
Yeah.
taxes. The sex industry has always intrigued me though, because it's gone hand in hand with the rock and roll lifestyle, which I was a part of.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting.
But I want to thank you,
Well, you
Tom.
survived it.
I survived it. I've got some great memories. And like I said, now I can make fun of myself for being the age I am and still having a great ass.
Right on. Have you looked up Rachel Ray's sister, Banshee Moon?
No.
Do you know her? Yeah, it's Rachel Ray's sister. She's on YouTube, Banshee Moon. Look it up.
Okay, I will. Michelle, I subscribe to your channel. Thank you. Thank you both for letting me interview you, Tom. You've been so gracious. I appreciate you, and I've been a fan for years.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, good talking to you. I'm glad to
Yeah,
have you.
have a good
Thank you.
night.
Thank you.
Yeah, good luck with everything. Well, it was a normal interview.
Yeah.
Jim was asking about the funding in Ukraine. Yeah, I'm all for it. Uh, I love Ukraine, to tell you the truth. I love their stance on that. Uh, I don't have a problem with it at all. No, I'm all for it.
So,
This
Tom,
Putin, man, I wish he'd have a heart attack in his sleep. What's that, Michelle?
do you think that the economy is going to come back and prices are going to start going down again? Do you think this is like another depression, back in the
No, I
1920s?
don't. Like I was telling her, I think, people are going to say you're just being negative, which I'm kind of like that. So when somebody says that, that's kind of true, but I can back it up factually. I think somebody at your age, and it doesn't, you can't compare it to somebody my age, what it was like when I was your age. Things have just changed so much. I'm so glad that I'm not your age. When I was coming up, everybody was wishing they were younger. When I run into people my age now, whether it's at a gas pump or a tractor supply buying corn for the deer, nobody wishes they were younger. We all want to get the fuck out of here. Now, I don't want to die of pancreatic cancer and be in hospice for 9 months, but man, the writing's on the wall. This is not a happy time. You got this fucking kook running Russia, fucking with this little tiny Ukraine. You got the economy. You got fucking morons running for office. Even back in the day when you had like Jimmy Carter running and George Bush and Bill Clinton. I mean, these were guys that, whether you liked them or not, they were decent, respectable human beings rather than this clown show we got going now. And we've got Donald Trump and fucking Biden. This is like fucking cartoons. He's plagiarized. He's got caught lying. He's faked all sorts of shit. And
No,
this guy's running the country. Donald Trump, I used to be a Republican, is a fucking kook, a nut job. And I was a conservative guy. I mean, I was for self-employed, that kind of thing. So you look at that, you look at food, you look at pollution, you look at the economy. A fucking car is $60,000 for a plastic piece of shit with no chrome on it. A fucking house is $400,000. Food
do
went
you
up
think
38%. You got to spend
do you think
$200,000 to get a basket weaving degree like I have. What the fuck do you do?
do you think that some of our economy issues is because we owe China like trillions of dollars?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But you know what? China. I mean, if it wasn't for China and particularly the imports we have, that's why everybody's on eggshells with them, because if they ever cut us off, your life would get much worse. So would mine. I remember I was of the age where Walmart bragged about buying everything American. Fuck, if they bought everything American now, everything would be 3 times as much. I mean, for a lot of reasons. Economics is complicated, but like I told her, the United States ship has sailed. The big three are now the very small two. You know, it's a service industry. It's not a manufacturer. You can get everything made for a fucking third of what it cost you over here. You can blame unions a little, but a lot. It's basically an improving world economy. People don't need us anymore. We don't need to ship wheat and corn to Russia. You can get cars
Well,
anywhere.
what do you
It's
think what do you think happened
changed.
to like when I was a kid, you could have one person have, you're not gonna live, I mean, I'm not saying like high life or anything, but you can live in a decent neighborhood, have two cars, have a family with one person
Yeah.
working, Now it's like that's almost impossible. And like without a degree, you didn't even need a degree. You could get a decent job,
No.
full-time
Well,
job.
I think a degrees went full circle. You know, if you need a degree for, like, if you want to be a nurse or a doctor or a social worker or a teacher, there's no way around it. It's part of your licensing. But to get a degree like I have, like a criminal justice fucking joke. I mean,
I think
I
the
don't know
I
what the
think
if a guy like me would come out of high school now, I'd have probably been fucking homeless and just been a fucking drug addict myself. I wouldn't be dumb enough to think, I wasn't really that into school and that great of a student. I'd probably just say fuck it. They criticize these people about not wanting to work. Yeah, I kind of get that too. And even though I say the same shit, would you rather sit home and not do shit and play Xbox all day long, or go and work like a fucking slave for $17 with some dickhead bitching at you all day at a fucking Burger King? I mean,
well,
you
I
got to
kind of
suck so much fucking ass to get promoted in a company now. It's fucking ridiculous. These days of, like, these careers are fucking, unless you're like super smart and got a great degree in a specialized field, you're fucked.
I mean, you could
I
always
think
get lucky, but that's
you
the
get lucky.
rare.
I got lucky.
That's Yeah, that's the rare now,
I
you
got
know.
fucking lucky, man. Look, man, I could just as easily be in a fucking single wide on food stamps, jacking off to Pornhub. I'm not that far away from it, but I got lucky. I had about 2 or 3 good strikes in my life. Timing, fuck, I couldn't do anything like that now. Nothing. I don't know what the fuck I'd do. Probably blow my fucking head off if I had any goddamn sense. I mean, you're going to get these people that think that everything's great and that tomorrow's going to be a better day. Well, not if you read the news and the Financial Times and the Wall Street Journal. You'd have to be a fucking retard to not see the writing on the wall. Things are different.
Do you think, but like everything comes around full circle. Like, do you think it's going to be like in another 5 years, another 10 years, where,
I don't see, with these nuclear wars that are on the line. War is not like it used to be. I mean, everybody can smoke each other out of the fucking ground with the push of a button, and it's not like you can stimulate the economy like they did with Vietnam and World War One and World War Two. That's the scary part. I mean, wars used to drive an economy, and I just don't. That's kind of past. The consequences are too significant. And, we don't have wars like we used to. It's everybody flying a fucking fighter jet over their aircraft carrier and getting it on the news and everybody getting worried about it. But I don't even see that happening. Not that that's a good thing to do, but, the formula's changed so much.
what I
We're
don't under,
consumers.
what I don't understand is with all the technology, the drones, the Wi-Fi, everything, cell phones. I wonder how anything can be kept a secret from other countries.
It's
And,
true.
there's
It's
so
true.
much
But,
technology everywhere.
but yeah, I think it's all getting stolen, swiped, and pilfered anyway. I mean, everybody's got the same shit anyway. The only one I
Yeah.
worry about a little now is that fucking TikTok. I mean, I'm not for censorship, but it wouldn't surprise me if those fucking cocksuckers are listening to everybody through their fucking laptop speaker. I mean, they're
Oh,
dirty like
I'm
that.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure, like, because I never felt like my phone was secure, that anything was private to begin with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think anything's 100%
You know, I
private
don't really care
anymore.
though. I mean, I don't think when it comes to like national security, I think the government ought to have access to those things, or we're going to get blown out of the fucking water. You ought to be able to go on and listen to these fuckers that did 9/11 and without warrants and read through their mail when you feel like it. I'm all for it. You can look through all my shit. I tell people, just don't delete my favorites list on Pornhub. But you can look at my medical records, my income tax. I mean, who gives a fuck? I mean, I'm not hiding anything. You can put a camera on every fucking corner, which there is now, by the way. Look down the road you drive, the expressways. I know prosecutors, two of them actually, that have subpoenaed the records from those cameras before for different criminal cases. The government told them to get fucked. We're not
Hmm.
sending you anything. I think it's tied to
Wow.
national security, but I think someone's got enough brains to realize that if you can't be like recording this shit everywhere, Homeland Security is tied into Walmart's security cameras, that you're not going to stand a chance. These evil, fucking crazy Arabs, these fucking nutty Russians, and these kooky Chinese, they'll do anything they can to fuck you over. So I'm all for like looking into my shit. It
Now,
doesn't bother me.
when you say
You
like
go out, you get,
national, when you say like national security, right? So like, what would that entail for you? Like, what do you mean when you say national security? Like, keep
I would say
what
like
kind of people away?
the government, yeah, the government being able to have access to things that they thought were a threat to the sovereignty of the United States. It's safety and welfare. Like 9/11 is a perfect example. If you asked me what I thought would do, those guys would have never got off the ground with that damn bullshit. But because of these warrants and privacy rights and all this fucking horseshit, I can't believe this HIPAA bullshit. You know, they treat HIPAA like it's like I'll go tomorrow and photograph all my medical records and fucking upload them to YouTube. I don't get why people are so sensitive about that shit. Unless you're 20 and you got fucking clap or herpes or gonorrhea. I
I
mean,
just,
they're put,
I feel like you should have some privacy. Like, I feel that not
not when it
every.
comes to national security. But what are you worried about?
Well, I mean, your health, it has nothing to do with national security. I mean, like,
Well, no, but it does have to do with privacy laws, and it's just an example of how
uh,
far these crazies will carry it. I mean, you can argue that because of examples like HIPAA and the bullshit that you've got to go through to have access unless someone signs off, you could argue that it's theories like that that keep the federal government from investigating these kooks and derailing them before they get into airplanes and crash them into skyscrapers. It's
now,
red tape, bullshit.
now, with your experience with planes and whatnot, and do you believe the whole 9/11 story?
Yeah, no, I believe it exactly how they said it
Do you
was.
think, do
I
you
don't
think
think
there
there was
was,
any
you
no
don't think
cover up.
there was no kind of, alright.
No,
And like when
I think
George
it
Bush
happened just
got
like
like
they
hit,
said.
and when George Bush got hit by a shoe when he went overseas to, I think it was
Yeah,
Iran or whatever, like that was just,
he ducked away
probably
from
just
it.
some,
He,
yeah.
he ducked away from it.
Yeah, they didn't seem too happy with him when he went in prison.
I mean, I think that that's the thing that could be the end of the United States if they just keep on all this. Like, it's these crazy states like California and their nutty fucking laws and rules. New York, Ann
I, I,
Arbor,
I
Madison,
think,
Wisconsin.
I think we should have,
Fucking nuts.
I think we should be able to have some privacy with certain things. I don't think that,
Yeah, I do
I
too.
think,
But I do too, but not when it comes to derailing people that are
well,
going to blow up Times Square.
right.
Hang on one sec. Let me grab a water.
Hmm.
Hi, Daisy.
Hey everyone, how's everyone doing?
Yeah, I'm all for privacy too, but not when it comes at the expense of national security.
And the national security would
Not
be from people who want to blow up places here.
Times Square.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Michelle, you're a little muffled.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, but it's still a little muffled. What are you
Is
doing
it?
over there?
Nothing.
Now it's better.
My headset, sometimes I don't like the way it sits on my ears. The headset that I have.
Okay. Thanks, Rita. Yeah, I mean, I get privacy too, but not at the expense of that kind of stuff, you know? The world's crazy
Right.
now. I mean, you know this, don't you? Look at Rochester. It's a fucking war zone.
Oh, it's always been that way.
Well, not
Always.
really.
Well, I mean,
In your
since
life, but it used to be nice.
well,
Nicer.
my mother, there were a lot of like race riots, back when, back then they had a lot of, it was racial. It was mostly racial.
Yeah. Yeah, well, Detroit had that too.
Oh, I'm
I'll tell
sure.
you, I know this is crazy thinking, but sometimes I think the Indians ought to consider that. It certainly worked with the blacks. They got fucked over so much and were getting it shoved up their ass that they just started rioting. It was very effective. It brought civil rights to the front page and turned things around for them. The fucking Native Americans, they're just trying to do the right thing and obey the law, and look where they're at. I mean, that sounds terrible, I know, but you can't argue the results. I really got a problem with the way Native Americans were treated. And these history teachers in these public schools lying to these kids about Thanksgiving. It's not right. Really, they were here first. Luckily, in the
So,
western states where that was a Ronald Reagan plan to get them off the welfare rolls. But it kind of backfired on it because it got them casinos, which got them a lot of money and which got them a lot of smart Jewish attorneys. And they're buying the West back. And I'm 100% behind it.
mhm.
I mean, you can tell me all day about Martin Luther King and the Black Panthers and all this fucking shit. What can you tell me about Native Americans? Nothing.
Well,
It's by
because
design.
this is kind of like, it's kind of like even in the Bible, right? So people would come from different countries to take over land and property, and it's listed. There's lots of Bible stories on it. So I mean, I everyone wants peace, love, cats and dogs, but I mean, that's really not the reality of things half the time.
No, it's not. But I mean, you're trying to get like a fair shake for people. There are reparations for, different things.
Hmm.
Affirmative
Are you
action as an example.
are you a hippie, Tom?
No. Uh-uh.
I,
No,
I knew you weren't.
I'm not. No. I never liked that lifestyle.
You just you
I'm
just
just
don't.
glad that I could have had a couple bad knocks in life and just been fucked. I just got lucky. I'm grateful for it.
Well, that's
I
good.
couldn't. I don't even know. Like, yeah. I mean, I don't even know like what I do now. You used to be able to like be a truck driver and stuff and make good money, or a landscaper or some shit. Even that, man. Everybody's working 2 and 3 jobs now. Like these kids I talk to at Starbucks. I mean, they can't. They're still living with their fucking parents, and they're 35 years old. But that's the way it is now. That's my point.
Well, the thing
Economy's in
is
shambles.
you have to have the drive and ambition to do these things, and you have to want to work a lot.
Yeah, but if you're
you know.
impoverished and you're on a reservation and you have no good infrastructure or role models, you're fucked. Go out west. Go to those big Indian reservations. They're all fucked up, drunk, don't own anything, don't give a fuck. And in a way, I understand it because they're smart enough to realize that they have no future. Yeah, they're able to go to bumfucked Egypt Community College for free. Yeah, big fucking deal. They have no study skills, no discipline. Yeah, and this is the government's band-aid on helping these people. It's really make you sick when you go out there. Really, it's sad.
Well, if you think about it, even the college industry is just there to make money because it's so overpriced. You
Big
know,
time. Unless
these
you go to an
kids,
Ivy League school. You know, they got like billion-dollar endowments.
that's crazy.
Harvard, Yale, Princeton. I don't even think that shit's as good as it used to be. You know, that used to be your ticket to gold. It's not like that anymore. If you go on some of those blogs for those Ivy League schools, those fuckers aren't getting hired like they used to be hired either. Like they used to get hired, they're not. They come out
Well,
with, there's a girl, a black girl, who went to Harvard and struggled and flunked out almost. And Harvard doesn't want anybody flunking out because it's a reflection on their admission process. And she's a perfect candidate for that. I like her. My personal opinion, I don't think she's that sharp. Do I think she got bonus points for being black? I do. I really do. And which is why she had a hard time at Harvard, and which is why she's had a hard time getting a job. They accepted someone that didn't really meet the true credentials of an academic competitive environment. It's Harvard and hardship. I really like her. I'm rooting for her. But she's a perfect example of how they make errors sometimes. She got into a college that she shouldn't have got in, and it's been nothing but misery ever since. She's a Harvard grad, can't find a fucking job, and she's a black female.
well, didn't Kim Kardashian go to Harvard?
No way.
I think so. I'd have
No
to have
way.
somebody
No,
fact.
absolutely not. No
No,
fucking way. I guarantee
I
you.
think she did.
No,
Was
no, she
she was
didn't.
either okay,
No,
so she was either I think she did, or she made a public speech at
no.
Harvard.
There's no, maybe she did that, which is a mystery, but I guarantee you she did not go to Harvard. I'll tell you who did go to Harvard: Bonnie Raitt and Conan O'Brien and Bill Gates.
Really?
Yeah.
Conan O'Brien?
I don't
Huh.
think that's everything, but I do think it's an indicator, of a good test taker. Fuck, I don't
Yeah.
went there I know a Jewish guy, great gene pool. And these Jews are smart. It's like, yeah, right. Not like anybody else. Yeah, well, I'll take the Jews, hands down. Maybe a tie would be the Asians. But this motherfucker is smart. He's an excellent author. He's just written a book. And he applied at Harvard at 58. And this fucking guy, just aces the MCAT, the GME, everything. He's just a super bright guy. And he got a super score on the GMAT to go to graduate school at Harvard. And they rejected him. I told him, you're a fucking Jew. You got every contact in the world with Jewish lawyers in New York. You ought to sue those motherfuckers for age discrimination. And I was kind of surprised because I thought he would have been a good candidate and he would have actually done well. But I think he was too old. There's really not much left other than age discrimination. But he didn't want to do it, and he just wrote another book, which there's no money in, by the way.
Writing
IQ
books?
and fuck no. Not unless it's some like you see Pamela Anderson. Now she's claiming that the Tool guy showed his cock to her 45 years ago. He denies it. Tim, what's his name? Tim Allen?
Oh, yeah.
Who knows? I know a guy that ran into her one time and said that he ran into Pam Anderson, said she was the most beautiful woman he'd ever saw in his life, that her skin looked like it was poured on chocolate. I don't care for that kind of look. I think she's just trying to sell books.
Well, she
Dumb
definitely
bitch.
lived a lifestyle, that's for sure.
Yes, she did. Yeah.
Partied and
I think, yeah, partying, but she didn't hook the big fish. I mean, some of these women, they end up getting like that dumb bitch that was fucking around Johnny Depp. She'd have kept her goddamn mouth shut. Amber Heard.
Oh
She'd have been doing
yes.
fine. I think Johnny Depp's a fucking kook, and I think she's just as much of a kook. But he gave her $7 million. She could have banked that and lived a good life, but started to make up all this bullshit, and she got it broke off in her ass, and now she's got a huge judgment hanging over her head, which is a nightmare.
Well, she also makes her own money though too. So it's not like she was this, you know, person where seven
Hey,
million dollars is a
who's this
lot.
cocksucker? Who's this guy talking? Do you know this Elvis at Costco? What do you mean,
No.
good guy, but block people that tell the truth? I don't block anybody that tells the truth. Who are you talking about, douche fuck? Do you think I do that, Michelle? I'm all up for criticism. I didn't know what that lady was going to talk about. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't getting porn bombed. I can take criticism, or
So
anybody that's got enough balls to come on here,
you've been getting
do it.
porn bombed lately?
I had it happen once, but that's enough
Oh,
because I'm already on the shit list of YouTube. So,
yeah.
you get a strike for that bullshit, which I'm trying to avoid, but I'm not going to jump through too many hoops for it.
Right.
Thought we were having a cool conversation. Well, I don't know what you're talking about, Ellis. What is it? What are you talking about? I never heard of this guy. Did I block you under another name or what? I mean, look, I got my faults, and I'm certainly wrong about a lot of things. And no matter what I say, it's subjective and biased. It's me. I can't help it. I'm aware of this, which is why I don't leave negative reviews for restaurants. Restaurants have bad days. I may have bad days. I might not like what they serve. It doesn't mean it's bad. So I keep from doing that.
So
Yeah, I
like
think I'm pretty aware of my limitations and biases.
when you when you would
Go
say
ahead.
bad when you would say, when you got in your fights with some of the girls in Detroit and everything, would you say that was just you having a bad day, or that's how you really felt about them?
Again, which girls
Kelly,
in Detroit? I never really had any fights with girls in Detroit. Yeah, Kelly was. I did a lot for Kelly that you don't know about, and no
um,
matter what I did, she complained about it. So, I mean, I'm not just going to stand there and listen to this kind of bullshit. Kelly's just an old, miserable, has-been bag that ruined her daughter's life by bringing her into the same fucked up life that she had. She's the
true.
opposite of a good mother. And, when you got somebody that did that willingly, I don't care if I get along with her or not. I mean, I don't care what Kelly has to say. I did nothing but help her. And like I said, when I argued with her, she deserved it because, there's
So
people you can't
it wasn't,
please, and Kelly's a
yeah,
perfect example.
it wasn't like you did something wrong and she got upset because of
No, she's
that.
a
She
she's a
was just,
fucking old. She's an old, miserable fucking kook. I had one person treat me that way, and it was Kelly. She's right where she belongs, in a little tiny apartment in the middle of nowhere with no friends. Unrelated to drug use and prostitution. She's just a kooky old lady that's unsuccessful. So I don't really care what she says. Anybody you know that knows Kelly doesn't like her.
oh, well, what about
So
Sharon? What about Sharon V?
total scammer. My problem with Sharon V is that she'd take these old good guys that didn't know shit, that had wives on ventilators, and this is what turned me off on Sharon V. And it's also why I don't talk to Maddie anymore, because for a long time I was respected Maddie. I knew she was a drug addict. I knew she had her problems, but in a drug addict kind of way, she was honest. But as the sex shit headed south, and the money dried up, she went and turned into like a person she wasn't like when I first met her. You know, she'll do anything now she can to pay that dope bill. You know what I'm saying? What
Right.
got me on Sharon V was at the beginning, you know, I was trying to help her. And what she would do is she would come on and she'd get 3 or 4 of these old guys that were just being decent, caring guys. Oh, I'm getting beat up. I need a good place to stay. And she'd get 5 or 6 of these guys to pay for a hotel room, like 100 or 125 at the Holiday Inn in Dearborn. Then she'd come on, she'd do a video and say, hey, I want to thank you for getting me that room. You know, I'm not getting beat up. I feel safe. But what they didn't know was that 6 guys sent her $125. And every one of the 6 thought it was them that she was talking to because they PayPal'd her $125. And there was just something about that that rubbed me the wrong way outside the normal drug addict hustler, that she was taking good guys with good intentions. And, you know, instead of getting a night paid for, she was getting a week paid for by making everybody think they were the individual that she made the video about. And it just turned me off on her. And I decided I didn't want to have anything to do with her. I thought that was just a level of scamming that I didn't appreciate. It wasn't just a drug addict needing dope money.
Well, yeah.
It was a scammer. That's why.
Do you feel that a lot of drug addicts are honest, good people?
In her own way, I do. Becky, in her own way, I do.
So you think they're good?
Maddie used to be. Maddie used to be. Let's see, who else? Yeah, I thought that they were. You know, yeah, I do. I mean, they're
think
fucked up. They're. I didn't mind. I didn't mind the. I understand the peril of a drug addict and a prostitute that's on heroin. So, you know, the dynamic's different from to begin with. And I understand the hustle. But I guess it was just something that rubbed me the wrong way because it went outside of a simple drug addict needing drug money into like conning 6 old, decent, kind, caring, good guys at once. I guess it was my own bar that I set.
Do you think that most drug addicts do that with most people they meet just to get money so that they can get high?
Well, not in that kind of way. Like I said, you know, Becky was always straight with me. I mean, most of them, it was pretty cut and dry. You know, I don't have a problem with drug addicts needing money for drugs as active users. When it gets outside of the typical daily drug hustle as a prostitute and you're ripping off people by deception that are good guys that are trying to be kind, that's when it starts to piss me off and I draw the line.
Okay. Fair
Like I
enough.
said, Maddie used to be like super straight up, but you know, when the blowjob money heads south, you got to make it up. This is the problem with drugs. You know, the use goes up and your markability goes down. And that's what turns you into a crook and a total scammer. And, you know, Sharon admitted to me she was fleecing these guys on these fake rehabs. That was all just an attempt to get more money. And see, what will happen with drug addicts, I've learned the hard way, is that you get to a point where you've come up with every, you know, slick way of bilking money out of people. And then the only card you've got left is the rehab card, because that's what all these people out there are hoping for. So you got to play that sooner or later. And if you look back at everybody I've interviewed, they've all played it. Because it gets to the point where good people that have sent you money for 2 years don't want to send it anymore until they're sending you a get well card at a fucking rehab center. And the pressure gets turned up so high that you're forced to go.
Well, I think
or fake like you go.
I think if people really did care about these women, they wouldn't send them any money so that they could hit rock bottom so that
It's
that would
not
push
true.
them to go to
Wrong.
rehab.
You don't understand heroin addiction. No, you don't understand heroin addiction. You need to read up on heroin addiction. This isn't
If
just token little marijuana here and there. You need to
if
understand prostitution and heroin addiction first,
no,
because that's just a
so
fucking pipe dream. It's a fantasy.
so the thing is, right, if they don't have a way to make money, they need their heroin, right? So they need that to survive.
Right.
So where are they going to turn to if they don't have money to buy heroin? They're going to turn to a hospital, and the hospital will get them on medications so that they don't die. And that would be their only way to
Mm-hmm.
live. Or they could kill themselves. But if they keep on getting money
Right.
from people,
Yeah, but
that's enabling
look,
them
what?
to continue.
That's not enabling. Just like consent is complicated. There are heroin users that have been out there 40 fucking years getting money from people, whether it's blowjobs or old guys sending it through Cash App. It's not enabling. Prostitutes have bills. They have rent. They have cell phones. They
Right.
like to eat. They drink monster drinks. Most all of them smoke. It doesn't all go from dope. And in a theoretical way, if you had an old guy, let's say, with a lot of money, and a prostitute didn't need to get in cars any longer with old guys or young guys or crazy fuckers that were going to kill him, wouldn't arguably that be a safer life? I mean, you
Sure,
do
sure,
admit,
if they're not doing
okay,
heroin, sure.
no, but if they are doing heroin, would you? If let's take Maddie as an example, would you rather have her get in a car with 100 guys, or someone send her $2,500? Which is safer? I mean, I'm not
Well,
saying it's the best circumstance, but of course the $2,500 would be. You take out the fear factor of them getting murdered, which is a likelihood in a place like Detroit. They're still doing heroin. They're still addicts, but they're not getting in cars with wackos in the middle of the night where no one knows where they're at. So there is an argument for the safety factor.
well, the safety factor is they do heroin that they're probably going to overdose from and die. So that's the major
No, there's
safety
no,
factor. This is where
there's no,
we're going to have a debate here. So
no. We'll have a debate then.
when you're giving somebody money who has who the it's like you said, we're not talking about weed or a little bit of weed here or whatever. We're talking about a very bad drug that people usually die from
No,
overdosing.
people usually don't die from it.
Really?
Yeah,
How many
really.
successful, most people who recover from
I'm not talking
heroin,
about success. I'm talking about most people not dying from it.
so you know people who've done heroin for 40 plus years who are still
Yeah.
alive.
Yes. There's a Columbia professor, a black guy, that recommends heroin use, and he wants the stigma detached from it.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not recommending it, but I'm saying that heroin addiction is complicated. You got to want rehab, and I don't think me sending somebody $25
They're not,
is enabling.
the thing is, right? So an addict loves the drug. They don't love people. They love the feeling of getting high. So what do they
Right.
gotta so what do they gotta do? They gotta find somebody to support that, right? So people who are saying that, oh, I care about, you know, these women, this and that, so I give them money. That's not really
Right.
caring about them because they're just destroying themselves even more and they don't care about you. They just care that you give them money. They don't care about you. They just want money so that they can get more heroin. Yeah.
Not really.
So
I don't think somebody's sending somebody $10. You know, they're always trying to hang that on me. Like if the $10 I gave somebody and they
you're
overdosed, would it
part
bother me? No, it wouldn't bother me a bit. I'd sleep like a fucking baby because I didn't
right
give them
because
$10 to overdose. I'm giving them
well,
$10 and they're using $300 or $400 a day in heroin. I mean, give me a fucking break. It just doesn't
well
make sense.
what I'm saying is like if you're gonna use them for prostitution or whatever, and then it's kind of like a transactional thing, but it, you can't sit there and tell me that a person in active addiction is not going to try to scam people for money because these people desperately need this drug to survive.
No,
You know,
a prostitute having sex for money isn't a scam.
no, I didn't say that was a scam. I said you that that's what they do is they hustle people for what they want. So most of the time when you're hustling and doing whatever,
Yeah.
it's usually not like honest, you know, good intention, whatever.
There's heroin addicts all over unrelated to prostitution. Do you know that?
Oh, I'm sure there is.
What are they scamming? How are they scamming people? You're talking about one facet of drug
S-
addicts needing drug money and the way they produce income
So
to afford it.
so wait a minute. So what ways do other heroin addicts produce income?
They work. There's a lot of working heroin addicts. They work full-time jobs.
I've never worked with one, and I've worked in a big industry before, and I've never worked
Oh,
with
no, they're around.
a
But
heroin
I can
addict.
forget this. Do you guys know that Columbia professor, that black guy out
No.
there? Read his bullshit. He'll tell you. He fucks with heroin. And he's a tenured Columbia professor. He thinks it should be legalized and destigmatized. What's that fucker's name? Hold on, let me look it up on my phone. You need to read this fucking kook.
I'm okay. I'm not gonna read a book on how to legalize heroin.
Oh, but he's qualified to talk about it, isn't he?
Anybody's qualified to talk
Columbia.
about heroin. I mean,
No, they're not. He's got a PhD. He's a tenured professor at a good Ivy League school. Columbia professor heroin. Hold on. He's a fucking lunatic, I think. I talked to him one time on the phone, like about 15 years ago. What is it? Carl Hart. Yeah, look it up. Carl Hart. It's a fucking lunatic. Carl Hart. Hart. I talked to him about 15 years ago on the phone. I thought, man, this guy's a fucking nut job. You see this right here? Here's Frisky, who was an active heroin addict that worked for 7 years to feed her addiction at a normal job. There's an example for you right there.
there's just no
It isn't
way.
all
Like
process.
I've seen heroin addicts, right? So I've literally been around it. And you know when somebody's on heroin, it's nothing like you can really hide. They start
Yeah,
passing
well, they're
out.
not.
Like
They're
it's
not
not one of
taking it
those
as
things
a before they leave. They're
that and
not taking it
crack.
before they go to in the office in the morning.
That and crack. There's no way that you can cover that up. Maybe like there's no way, and most
No, but they're
people
not
who,
taking it before they go to work. They're taking it afterwards. There's
but isn't
active crack addicts that work full time jobs.
that keep it for years and years and years? I have a hard time believing this.
Read Carl Hart. What don't you believe in, Aletha? don't you disagree with? Yeah, look at this right here, Natasha. Read that. It's true. That's why the Rolling Stones are still alive. Keith Richards. It was a much purer heroin back then than it is now. You see that? You need to get woke.
I'm not. I'm okay. I am very okay with not getting woke with that. I am okay. You know how like you don't need to or want to know some things? I don't. I don't want nothing to do with it.
No, but you're taking a small sliver of drug addiction and running with it and making it look like everybody that does that way has the same motive. It's not true.
Okay. I'm just saying with
Read it. I mean, you
addiction,
gotta. Where are you getting your information?
addiction is brutal, right? So if somebody says that they are addicted to something, that's a serious thing. Like that's a you know, and that goes with anything. Like I'm not just gonna say, oh, heroin or oh whatever, but that's not healthy and that's not normal to have addictions.
What's the
You're
Yeah, it
trying to
is.
like you're trying to normalize like heroin, like, oh
Hey,
yeah,
Michelle,
like, you
Michelle,
know,
you're addicted to
you c-
Michelle. You're addicted to fucking nicotine.
I know. I know I am, and it's horrible. You know,
All right, so
it's
you ought to
not healthy. It's a
appreciate
waste of
addiction,
money. I'm not
and,
appreciating
and
addiction.
you
Addiction
got
fucking sucks.
somebody to
No, exactly. Actually, if
no,
anything,
you got
if
somebody
anything,
no,
no,
but
no, 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 wait,
you
wait, 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 wait.
no
If
you got
anybody
hey
should be
hey
talking about
Michelle
here, here,
Michelle,
hold on.
you
I'm
got
an
somebody to
addict.
pick up you got somebody to pick
Here,
up the tab, and you don't have to go out and suck dicks. You're lucky.
here, no, 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 Tom, because I've always been able to hold a full-time job smoking cigarettes, right? So the thing is here
No, you haven't.
is, yes,
No,
I
you haven't.
have. Yes, I have.
When's the last time you worked full time? When's the last time you worked full time?
It's been last June. And then before that, I worked
Okay, so
15 years, 15 straight years of full time
all right, so since
employment. And then before that, I've been working since I was 16. So I don't want to hear that smoking cigarettes has kept me from
well,
from being employed. So the thing
no,
is
but I'm
here,
saying that you've got somebody to pick up the tab.
I have a husband. I don't
That's
have
right. That's
jobs
what
and
I mean.
boyfriends and all this and that. I have a
No, but you're
husband.
lucky. You're fortunate
Why is that being fortunate? I chose to have a
because
husband. I
you haven't had
chose
to work since June. You haven't had to work since
because
June,
I
and you
have
can get away with it.
because I have savings because I saved my money. I'm not like blowing it on just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and thousands of dollars on cigarettes. Do I smoke cigarettes? Yes, I do. Am I addicted to cigarettes? Yes, I am. But I can still make sound decisions, responsible decisions, smoking cigarettes.
Well,
This is
why don't you?
where heroin and crack can't say the same thing. That you can't smoke or shoot up heroin and go to work and function properly. You can't. And I don't want to hear that, oh yeah, you can. Like you can't. That would be like me having, you know, three. I'm not a big drinker. That would be like me having, you know, 3 drinks and then going into work. You're gonna smell it on me. I'm gonna act differently. I'm not gonna make the same decisions as I would as if I was sober. So I mean, I'm not. I'm not because I've seen people who are heroin addicts, and it's not like what you're trying to say it is.
Yeah, it is. Frisky is an example that was a heroin addict that worked. Shouldn't she know what she's talking about?
I'm not trying to
Alethea
steal.
knows some people.
I'm not trying to steal anyone's voice, but I guarantee you that
they were hiding it from their employer, and when they weren't on it, I've never met a part-time person who does heroin part-time, who just does it at night. Oh, I just have like a little shot at night. Like no one does that who has a
Yeah,
heroin
they do.
addict.
Yeah, they do.
Okay.
Look at Carl Hart. What more do you want than a Columbian tenured professor?
I went to
I mean,
I
you got to
went
admit, wouldn't he have more? Wouldn't he have access to more scientific data than you?
okay.
You're
Well,
living in a
this
bubble,
guy
babe.
I, I I'm just saying facts are facts. I've met people who've had addiction problems, and if somebody says that they're an addict, that means that they will lie, steal, and cheat, and whatever they have to do to get that drug because it makes them feel so good, and they can't stop doing it, even if it's harming or killing themselves. And that's what they love. They love that feel of that drug. They don't love, you know, a person. They just love the drug.
Yeah, but you're very limited in your scope of knowledge.
Look, I'm not judging people who became, I'm not judging people who are addicts. I'm not saying like whatever. But what I'm saying is when it comes to the hard stuff,
Look at Rita. Look at Rita.
when it comes to the hard stuff, it's a brutal, it's very, that's when it starts becoming really brutal. Like when you have to turn to prostitution to afford your lifestyle, like that's, and your lifestyle is to do drugs. Like you spend a lot of money doing drugs.
So what's the point here? Don't do drugs?
Dude, d- do it like do drugs that you could do in moderation. But if you're doing heroin, no one does heroin in moderation.
Yeah, they do.
You become addicted to it to the point where you need it. So that's not really moderation because you have to keep on doing it, like to just survive at a certain point. You got to shoot up heroin to not be sick. You know what I mean? Like, so you will do anything to get heroin because you don't want to be sick. And I've never experienced heroin withdrawals, so I can't tell, but it just seems really brutal. Like I wouldn't want to be that person, where I need this expensive drug just to live, like not even to get high anymore. You're not even at that point, you're not even enjoying yourself. You're just chasing after that to just feel okay.
Yeah.
I don't wish anybody upon that or to make those choices, but most people to get help and to get clean and to get off of
Look at what
it have
Dave
to.
said. Look what Dave said right here. Look what Dave said.
So they stole my tools, right? Because that's what they do, because they need that drug. That's what I'm saying. Stealing is horrible. Like, so you can't trust people who steal, and they will steal. They will do whatever they have to do to get that drug. So they're not trustworthy people, point blank. And I'm not saying, okay, so wait a minute. Let me backtrack a little bit. When they're in active addiction, you can't trust, there's no trust because their loyalty is to heroin. Their loyalty isn't to you. Their loyalty isn't to their, you know, That's an a person in active addiction. Are they people? Yeah, they're still human.
Dave talks
There's,
about people. What about people that steal that aren't on heroin? What's their problem?
why are they stealing?
Well, they're not stealing for heroin's the point.
You shouldn't steal. Like that's just then you're a bad person. You shouldn't be stealing. You're an asshole. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
if someone were to steal from you, would you be like, "Oh yeah, that's an upstanding person"? No, you'd be like, "Go fuck yourself, you motherfucker." You know you would. You know you would be like, "What the fuck?" You know?
Well, until you quit smoking, I'm just going to take it with a grain of salt, because you, of all people, should realize the perils of addiction and
Oh,
the
I don't no,
difficulty you can quit it.
I oh, the, I'm not but this is what I'm saying. Me smoking cigarettes does not change my does not like I can still function, I can still stay awake, I can still have normal conversations.
That's
I can
debatable.
still I can
That's debatable.
still oh, ho, ho. I can still be normal smoking a cigarette. Like I'm not like all of a sudden like in this land like where I'm like, oh yeah, like all my morals are out the door because, you know, I'm smoking a cigarette, like even drinking. Drinking's a horrible one too. Like when people get loaded, and I'm not saying like, oh, I had a beer or two or whatever. I'm saying when people get loaded is when your inhibitions start going out the door. You know what I mean? Like you're not thinking
Yeah.
correctly. You can't drive a motor vehicle, right? Do you drink and drive, Tom?
Yep.
You drink
No,
and
I don't.
drive?
No.
Right. Because you're not addicted. But like people who like so you have common sense, right? But
I don't know if I go that far.
Tom, so you would say you're a responsible, respectable, truthful guy. You do your
Yeah.
best to obey laws. You do your best not to endanger people. And that's that. But when you're on heavy drugs, you don't care. They don't have cars. They don't have license. Most of them don't have licenses because they found took it away because they were, under the influence and doing, you know what I mean? Like you're not you're you're not yourself when you're in an active, please I really don't think that you should put like certain drugs in certain categories. I mean, that's like saying, um, somebody taking medicine is the same as somebody taking heroin. It's a totally different thing. Like I
What
wish them
happens when you, hey, what happens when you don't have a cigarette?
for about 5 minutes. This is exactly okay because I quit smoking twice. So this is what happens when every time I've quit smoking cigarettes. So for about 2 weeks, every I would say every 2 to 3 hours for the first 2 weeks, I get this urge, right? Where I really want the cigarette, right? And I'm like, oh, I just really want the cigarette. And I have a hard time like focusing on like when I was working and I quit. So I was able to quit smoking and still work full time and be successful quitting smoking and still able to keep my job. Like it didn't take me out of my job. I didn't have to go away or anything. Um, I would get like, I really want a cigarette. I really want a cigarette. But then about 5 minutes, it's literally 5 minutes, it would go away. And then it would come back like 3 or 4 hours after and like I wasn't having major physical withdrawals. I didn't have, it wasn't that bad, right?
Mhm.
Um, But like I said, I can still drive a vehicle while smoking a cigarette. I can still stop at stop signs. I can still, so it doesn't affect your brain like the other drugs do. And you know this from seeing people actively on crack and heroin and everything else. And they'll probably admit to you when they're sober all of the crappy things that they did when they were in active addiction, because that's part of the process of recovering is, apologizing and, you know, realizing what they did while they were in active addiction. And that wasn't who they are. That's not who they are when they're in active addiction. That's what the drug made them be, you know.
Uh,
I had a boyfriend who recovered and I helped him go to rehab. I helped him get clean. Um, he ended up going back eventually to it, but the difference of who he was when he was in active addiction compared to who he was when he was sober, it was a totally different person. Where like before he would lie, cheat, steal and hide. He would hide it from me all the time, but like I'm not stupid. Um, it was he wasn't the same person. You just turn into this, and they will admit it to you when they're sober. When they're sober and they're off of whatever drug, you should talk to people who have recovered, and they will admit to you like what they did and that they're sorry for it because they were under the influence of a nasty addiction.
right.
So, I mean, that's why you can't really trust people who are in their active addiction.
Well, you're addicted too.
I definitely am, but I don't hide it, and it doesn't, you know, it doesn't.
No,
I
but
can
should I
still
trust you?
work.
Should I trust you?
Yeah, because
Should I
I
trust you?
don't. You sure can.
Okay.
Actually, here's a good example. Um, a girl on YouTube gave me $20 in my Cash App, and
Hmm.
she was like, "Here, buy, do a lash video or whatever." And so I bought the lashes, and I was like, I tried to do it, and it just wasn't working right. So I was like, "Oh, I'm not doing it right." And she was like, "Where's, you didn't do it right." And I'm like, "Okay, well, here's your $20 back." And I gave her $20 back. I mean, and I have proof of all of that. And, I'm not here to scam people. And, if I say something like I really, like, let's say I really didn't have money, I really just don't have money. Like, do you know what I mean? Or if I really need help, I
Hmm.
really need the help. But, like, I'm not here to just, make a quick, you know, $10 so that I can buy a pack of cigarettes. I have, you know, but the thing is, um, yeah, like addiction's addiction, regardless of what it is. But like there's different levels. Like you can't compare somebody who is addicted to cigarettes to somebody who's addicted to heroin because I've seen it firsthand. People who are in active addiction with heroin can't keep a job because all they're thinking about is that high, or even not even just the high at some points. They just want to be not sick, and then they want to get high still too, but that's where overdoses come into play. But you can't overdose from smoking cigarettes. I could still, and like today, here's a good for instance. So today I worked for 5 hours, didn't have a cigarette, didn't really get wound up, still was able to, do what I had to do. So I don't know. Still could get in my car, still could drive, you know.
Uh,
Have you ever dealt with
so
an
why
addiction?
quit? Yeah,
Because it's
I'm
eventually
still
gonna
dealing
start.
with them.
Well, it's the reason why I want to quit is because um, I don't really like the smell, and it's eventually going to kill me. Like it's not good for me, but I mean, it's not as
Not
brutal.
necessarily.
Yeah, true, but it's still not healthy. Do you think smoking is healthy?
Your
You know
mom's
what I
still
mean?
alive. No, I
That's
don't.
true. And my mother worked her whole life. So like you can't sit there and tell me that a heroin addict on active heroin for 40 years, held a full-time job for 40 years, did heroin,
How about Keith
and
Richards? How about Keith Richards
who's Keith Richards?
from the Rolling Stones?
Well, that's different because he's a celebrity. He had 50 million people covering his ass and probably lifting his ass up to perform. And he probably had, dude, that's a totally different ballgame than from the average person. Like you're talking about like people who are in the 1 percentile of, you know, who people are, but the majority, I mean, you can't sit there and say that, oh yeah, heroin's great and people should do it and it's the same as smoking cigarettes or whatever else because it's not from you personally seeing it.
Yeah.
It's an ugly addiction. That's what it is. It's very ugly. And I've talked to people who've had addictions, whether it's alcohol or whatever else, they'll tell you they lost friends, family, because they didn't give a shit about family, friends, nothing. They gave a shit about the drug. That's what they care about. It's a horrible thinking style, but they'll even admit to you that they lied, stole, cheated, whatever they had to do to get that drug. So it's not like
People
they can't.
lie, steal. People lie, steal, and cheat that aren't on drugs.
Right, but the thing is it's more prevalent against drug users who are in active addiction. That's they'll do whatever. Like if you told a person who's on heroin, if you told them, "Hey, go do something like horrendous to this person," right? They'll be like, "Yeah, yeah, that's a great idea." But if you were to tell somebody who isn't an active drug user to go do something outrageous to somebody, the chances of them being like all for it, you wouldn't like because you'd be like they probably wouldn't do it, or do you know what I mean? Like that's the difference. Like you could tell like somebody like, oh yeah, dude, that's for some money, and they'd probably be like, yeah, I'll do it. Like I freaking need it. Like I don't care what it is. Oh, you want me to go rob a store? Okay. You want me to go, you know, whatever, and if everybody's mentality was like that, this place would be in complete chaos.
Look what Fiji just said.
Um,
I mean,
so
we've got hey, we got people on here that were active heroin addicts for years that are disputing what you're saying.
that's fine. That's fine. And I could share and my experience with my personal experience with people who've who
One
were
fucking
are
person.
no, it's not
One
one person.
fucking
No, no, it wasn't one person, Tom. I
two.
dealt with I would say 5
Okay,
personally.
5.
Personally, who literally I had personal relationships with, and um and it's the same thing. They weren't different. They weren't different. Addiction's addiction. It's not different. It's not like maybe people have different stories to tell, but it's really not different. You know, when it comes down to it, it's not. Like it's the same cycle. It's the same, you know, it is. The only difference is everybody has a story to tell, you know, but what it boils down to is the stories are basically that they couldn't hold down friendships, they couldn't hold down normal relationships, they couldn't hold down jobs, they couldn't function normally in society because they wanted that drug, you know, and they will, and each and every one of them, when they are sober, will admit that, you know. It's a brutal thing. So I mean, like, you know how you said, like, oh, I don't like Sharon because she was scamming, you know, these guys for money, you know, using it on drugs. Well, yeah, she's in her active stage of her drug addiction, you know.
So you're
And I
saying
and
every
I
drug addict on heroin. So are you saying every drug addict on heroin is a scammer?
to get, yeah, to get the drugs, if they don't have the money to get the drugs, they will lie. Like, okay, so you don't think, right? So yeah, sure thing. I think that to get money, they'll do whatever. They will be nasty. They will do whatever it takes to get money so that they can do more drugs and, you know, normal relationships, right? So like when you have a normal friendship, you go out, you enjoy things, you know, together, you know, you do things, whatever. Now, when you're in active addiction, the only thing that you really enjoy is getting that high. You know what I mean? Like getting that next fix. Like you're not really out there enjoying life or enjoying other people or enjoying, like, you know, you just want to get that high.
That's it, huh? Well, all I'm saying is there are quite a few people on here that were active heroin addicts for years that disagree
Here,
with you.
here, bring them up. I want to hear their story. I do.
Yeah, I'll
I
bring them up.
really want to hear. I really, no, I really
Anybody want
do.
to come
Like
up?
genuinely, I really do.
All right, come on, you guys. Come on up
I
now.
would appreciate it. I'm not here to,
Yeah, there you go.
I'm not going to say any, you know, I I just want them to be honest and share their story.
Okay, we'll see if we can get anybody to come up.
Yeah. I might give them some money for it, you know, like whatever. But like I appreciate, you know, like honesty and like um that's why, you know, most of them get arrested. They start breaking the laws. They start doing things, you know, because of their drug habit. You know, I'm not saying that's who they are when they're you got to separate their addiction from the person, but when they're in active addiction, it's that's what they are at the time is that's their
If
priority.
we don't do it tonight, all right,
Yeah.
here we go right here. Right here you go.
Okay.
Risky,
Hi.
you there? How you doing? How are
Hey,
you?
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm good.
Can you hear us? Will you enlighten Michelle, please?
Well, not enlighten, but like tell. I want her to tell her to tell her story of like her addiction story and are so you're clean, correct? Or
Well, nobody wants to be an addict for
right.
starters.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. No, I never said that. I never
But
said
I shot dope twice a day for 7 years and went to work.
so did you so you never lost your job because of your addiction? You were able to shoot heroin and have a job?
No, not really. I mean, it got to be problematic at the end. Everything did, but
Right. Understandable.
it's
Would you
just you seem to have a very narrow scope of.
well
I think there's people all around us that are addicted to heroin.
oh, I bet. Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. I've known, like, I personally like had relationships with, I've seen it firsthand, and it's never a pretty thing, like I really cared for this person,
Yeah, but
like it wasn't.
here's the difference. We're talking. You said you didn't know anybody that could work full time and be an active heroin addict, and
Well, they
Frisky
could do
was
it
one
for
of
a
those.
long period. I'm not saying that they could never have
Seven
a
years is a
job or
long time.
that is. I don't know how you did it for 7 years, but like most of the time it's not that long before stuff crumbles, and it always does because it's a brutal, horrendous. I don't.
So
It's not fun, and I wouldn't wish anybody to be in that predicament at all, ever.
but if you got into relationships with people that were addicted, then they were functional, right? You didn't know that at the beginning.
At the beginning, no, I didn't. I was, uh,
Well,
but the thing
they were
is,
functional.
well, not, see, the thing is with people with like, well, with the relationship, sorry, let me rephrase this so I don't offend anybody or, um, they seemed normal when you first meet them because, like, when I first met them, I didn't know him that well. So I mean, like, yeah, when I would come over or we would, go out or do anything, like nothing seemed off or anything. But as time went on and we, the relationship got, I learned more, and that's when I learned stuff wasn't right. You know what I mean? And he was hiding stuff from me, and
Do you think it's possible that you pass by people every day that are functioning addicts?
oh, one functioning at oh for sure, especially like with alcohol, for sure, alcohol, especially alcohol, if we're talking like addiction in general, like I believe 500% that, especially alcohol, because it's so mainstream, there's people, I've had family members with alcohol issues, and it's not pretty. It's not, it ruins relationships. It really does. Because when you're doing whatever drug it is, you're not the same like stuff flies off the handle. Like I've had family members, people who I've had relationships with come back and apologize for the stuff that they did while they were in active addiction, you know, and they lies, just stole and cheated, whatever they had to do, and it was like normal, not sorry, I said normal. People who aren't in active addiction don't do those things, you know, they don't, That's not a way of life.
That's not true.
I mean, I'm not saying, okay, all right, so let's get
There's a
real.
lot of people out there that will gladly steal your last dime totally
But
sober.
not family and friends. Like, I could trust my family and friends who are sober, who I have them over all the time. I have lots of healthy relationships with people who do not have drug, and they do not come over and steal my stuff to sell it for, whatever reason.
My
Like,
parents are doctors and scientists, and they will rob you blind. No drug problems. Explain that.
what would they rob me from?
Money, sanity, anything they can get their hands on. We're getting off target here. I just wanted to come on and say that, it's I wish I could be more elaborate. Yeah, it's not everybody. I think there are a lot more people walking around you every day by the supermarket, wherever, that are functioning addicts.
Oh, I know
Not everybody is, maybe they're married like you, so they have fundage or this or that, but not everybody. And prostitution, like Tom said, that's a service. It's just doesn't happen to be legal, but whatever. That's not a scam.
but the
A
thing
lot of
is,
people choose that sober.
I don't believe that so much, but I believe if you're sober, you wouldn't do most of the stuff that you do when you're not sober. That's what because of, especially since we're talking about like addiction and stuff, like, and alcohol especially, this is where I'm getting at with alcohol, is a lot of people who drink are like way different. Even their whole thinking process is different than when they're sober.
Yeah, that's the idea. It
You
feels
know,
good.
like I've hung out with people who I've worked with people, right, who at work, and they're not drinking, are totally different people than when they're, you know, cocked. And I'm not saying like, oh, I had a drink or two. Like, I'm saying, I had like a lot, 6 to, whatever. So I mean, like, that's where, but as far as
So
addiction
it's an
goes,
amount of a level to you, like how much?
no, I'm saying, yeah, oh, I'm for sure. Like, I'm saying, if somebody has a drink, and this is scientifically proven, like, one, two drinks, like, you're still, like, you could still drive a vehicle, you can still function, it's not as bad as if you have like 6 to 10. I mean, that's, you know, I've seen people, I partied, I'm not saying I'm some straight laced, I've never done any drug in my life. And I tell you what, when I have done drugs or excessive alcohol use in the past, I've done some pretty crappy things that I'm not proud of. Like, I've said some things, I've done
Like what?
things. Okay. I don't, Jesus Christ, I don't know if I want to like disclose everything. It's really personal. Like, it's
You just disclose a couple of them, not all of them.
I don't know if I want to do that. I don't know if I feel comfortable doing that. That's like you
Okay,
you
It'll
think
make
I,
you feel better.
but
we're
I
not
mean,
going to beg you.
I've apologized for my wrongdoings, and but
Two.
it's not cool. Like, I've personally, like, I've been there. Like, I've done drugs before. I've done not heroin or crack or, cocaine or anything, but I've done excessive, drinking or whatever else. And I've done some pretty nasty things. Like, that I wasn't in my right
What's the
mind.
worst? What's the worst thing you did?
I don't want to say because it might be uh it's not pretty, Tom. So I mean, I really don't feel like sharing.
No, we know it's not pretty, but we just want to make sure you're not making things up
Oh, I'm
that really
not.
aren't that significant when
Oh, I'm not. I'm not. And like I said, y-
did
it's
you ever steal?
yes. And
Oh,
something not like
what?
low, and
What'd you take?
I'm not, I don't want to say, but
Big dildo?
yeah, that's what it was. Yep. I stole a dildo.
A sandwich,
That's
a
my
car. What
go-to.
are we talking about?
Actually, you said one of them.
See? So we're not so different after all.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm just,
Yeah, that is embarrassing. Yeah, I got another question. What'd you do with it after you stole it?
oh my God. I slapped you across the forehead with it.
You were
So-
mean too. You were abusive.
You're such an ass.
The dildo wielding alcoholic.
That smoked cigarettes after she got done clobbering me with the big rubber dick.
We're gonna do a video.
You are fucked
Give
up.
give me
I think
give
I'd rather
me
be an addict.
here give me here give me a big bottle of wine and then we'll do a live stream with Tom and I'll come over there and smack him upside the head with a dildo.
Yeah, fuck yeah. Hell
Oh,
yeah.
God.
Yeah, that is so
But you
great.
do, you act crazy. Like when you're on something, you're not your normal self. Like you don't
Yeah, but like
act
she
like
said, that's the whole fucking idea.
To feel better.
right, right. But the thing is you get out of control. You get out of control and like then you're like, oh shit, look at all the shit that I did when, I did all that stuff, It's like it's not cool or productive or, you act like a fool.
Yeah, not cool. I agree with productive. Well,
I was somewhat productive on it. And there's, oh my God.
I say fuck that cooking channel and just go into comedy, Michelle. You're a natural.
You're an ass. Oh, I'm glad we got a laugh tonight.
Yeah, fucking ain't right, man. I mean, a good one.
All right, I'm gonna sign
Thank
off
you.
here.
Well, thank you for coming on though.
All right, Frisky.
Yeah, I tried. Let's see.
Thanks, Frisky. Yeah, you did a good job. A plus.
Oh, I'm glad
Yeah,
Frisky
so
came
that's
on.
just an example. Yeah,
No,
she's
but
a
I mean,
sweetheart.
but
Nice person.
like I said, people are different in their active addiction than when they're not. That's just facts. Like you're not the same person,
Yeah, right.
That would be like
It's
you.
true.
That would be like you, Tom, right? Let's say you went out, you partied, right?
Mhm.
You're with a bunch of friends or something. Are you going to say that you wouldn't say or do certain things if you were sober than if you were, and I'm talking like drinking
I
a
hope
lot,
not.
like heavily drinking.
No, I never did
Right,
that, to tell you the truth. I swear. I mean, I never can think of an incident where,
You,
I drank like that. You know, I had a couple
And
times I struggled with a hard on, but that's different.
you're such
But I
a
never did anything that got me into trouble. I wish I wouldn't have said none of that shit. No, I really didn't. I mean, I'm lucky, I
really?
guess, because yeah, no, not really. I don't, and to be honest with you, I don't even know anybody that I don't know anybody that did. I never knew any of these stories firsthand. No, not really. Guess I'm lucky. Hey, Janelle. No, but
Well,
I'm
but
glad she
also
came on.
I want to disclose too that a lot of the stuff that I did in my wild years it was when I was younger and before, you know, I started acting responsible and whatnot. But
Hmm.
I mean, you, it is like addiction is just that, and until somebody hits their rock bottom by either what they've done or how many people they pissed off or, hurt or, you know, they they're not going to learn till they hit that place in their life where they're like, oh shit.
You think you hit rock bottom?
I I I did, and I stopped hanging out with those people. I stopped, you know, doing all of that stuff, and I started working full time and got a car and started, being responsible, started paying
Yeah.
bills, started living you know, a healthier, you know,
Hmm.
where I was happy, content, and you know, I didn't need
Right.
those things anymore. I started
Well,
building
congratulations.
relationships. Yeah, I mean, it's anybody can do it. You just gotta. My rock bottom wasn't so much like I was homeless and prostituting and, you know, all of that, but, everybody's different,
Right.
with how far that they'll go or how low they'll go.
Yeah. Right. Yep. Yeah.
Like I
I gotta
ruined
agree
a
with
lot.
you on that one.
I ruined a lot of relationships when I was, getting high and, drinking and this and that because that's what I wanted to do was I just wanted to party and just have fun. But the reality of life is it's not all about partying and having fun. And, I didn't care, what I did or who I hurt or, you know, I wasn't in my right mind.
Right.
Family, I didn't give a shit
You
about
think you're in your right
family.
mind now?
Well,
You think
that's
you're in
up.
your right mind now?
Well, that's always up for debate. But I mean, like, as far as being like totally out there and just harming people and everything else, no, I'm not doing that. I'm just not out there harming people and, you know, getting
Yeah.
kicks off of that.
Right.
But
Well,
yeah,
you
no,
got it sorted
addiction.
out.
Yeah. Well, like addiction can happen to anybody. I mean, I've known doctors who've had alcohol addictions and stuff and whatnot. And it's a brutal process either way. When I was in when I was in like therapies and groups and stuff, I met a lot of lawyers, doctors, people that you just wouldn't think, and I've also met people who've done the street life and everything else. And I've had therapy groups and everything else that I've met all sorts of people from all walks of life. So, I mean, so for people to say that I have no idea what I'm talking about, well, you know, surprise.
Right.
You know, I might not know every single person. I might not know every single story, but
Right.
it's really just kind of generally the same thing. I know people don't want to hear that, but it kind of is.
Yeah. Well, you got to sort it out. Figured it out. You take any antidepressants?
I have. Yeah, I've had to take antidepressants and um I've had to go that route too with things. And, you know, that's what helped me too is, taking antidepressants and staying on track and but I like how is Frisky still in the chat or no, Tom?
She's probably listening. Yeah. Yeah, I think she
Okay.
is. Yep.
I like I like how Frisky, brought up her parents and, how how they still do crappy things even though they're not addicted to anything, I mean, you don't have to be addicted to something to be a bad person, or just some person you can't trust,
Right. True.
you know.
Yeah. What do you do
Yeah,
in that blood drive thing?
what's that? Where do I
What do you
do it?
do in
Or
that blood drive thing?
so I'm
Yeah, like
not
what do you do exactly?
I'm like the secretary slash I check people in. Um I make sure that all the food, all the cookies and the water and the food beverages. I make sure people don't pass out afterwards. But even
Cool. You like it?
with yeah, they're good people. But what's interesting about that is all the medications and stuff that they've came up with people giving like their platelets and their plasma and everything else. I think it's fascinating. They've came up with medications now derived from human plasma and platelets. It's life saving.
Great.
He's
That's
like,
good.
great. No, no, but it's a, it's really it's a really interesting science field as far as I know people who donate blood just to give it so that because it helps um they call it they say that they're what are they doing? They're like refreshing their blood or something. That's what they've told me. They said that it makes them feel better, like giving a pint of blood like every, couple of months. They donate every couple of months because it helps them feel better. Like they have too much blood or whatever. I don't know if they think they're cleansing it or I have no idea, but it's an
Yeah,
interesting
well, I've heard of that
concept.
before.
Yeah, where people like do it to kind of filter their blood out, I guess.
Yeah. Cool.
But yeah, no, I mean,
Do you
I think what's that?
what are you gonna say? Go ahead.
Oh no, nothing. You're gonna say something. Do you what?
So how many hours do you do that a week?
Usually whenever they need me, like it's kind of like a per diem thing. Like this week I only did 10 hours. So it depends. They call me when they need me somewhere.
Mhm.
Sometimes they do them like at I'm just they call it an ambassador, or yeah, an ambassador role. But basically, I'm just like kind of like a secretary,
Well, that's all right though.
and
You
then I
like it
check
though.
on.
You haven't.
Yeah, it's not bad. Like I said, they're nice people, and um, everybody who comes in has a good time. You know, they watch if they're donating like platelets or plasma. It's a couple hour process, so they come in, they have their blankets. You know, there's TVs set up for them to watch. Some people bring their own movies.
Uh-huh.
Well, they do it, but it's a very secure place. I don't know why they're so paranoid, but like there's like no concealed weapons allowed in the building, and there's no cameras in the building, which is rare because what building do you go into now that doesn't have cameras?
Yeah. Right. Yep. Hmm. Well, I think I'm going to go to bed, but I got to get up earlier tomorrow because I got to take that dog back to where I caught it. So I'll be tired as hell all day tomorrow. I know that already. What's a good chat? Appreciate you coming on, Michelle. What you got
Three,
knocked off?
3 in the
You got knocked
morning.
off? I think I'm going to go to bed, Michelle.
All right, sounds good.
Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, you're welcome, Tom. You have a good day. And I want to see more about the dogs too. Give us an update on the
Yeah,
dog.
I gotta get up early tomorrow to take that dog back where I caught
Yeah,
it.
yeah, so do I. I have to get up early. I have some things I gotta do. That's why I don't know why I'm up so late, but I'll
Yeah,
still get.
I'll do a little video on it.
Alrighty.
All right, you party on.
You too. Night.
Night night. All right, you guys. Thank you. It was a good chat. I had a good time. Thanks. You never know how these are going to turn out. And that lady that came on earlier was a good guest, well spoken. It was fun. Mark, you 99, Alethea, Chris, Keeks, Janelle. Best of luck to you, Fiji. Great having you guys on. ACB, Frisky. Thanks for coming on too. I know it wasn't the best opportunity and good timing, but you stepped up to the plate. Thank you. I think Reed already signed off, so I think that about covers it. All you stalkers, Grifter, yeah, thanks for coming on. Appreciate it. Lua, you 99, thanks for everything. Without you, this would have never happened. Those dogs would be still living under that house with a big question mark in their future. So thanks a lot. I'll let you know. I'm gonna get up around 8:30, and I'm gonna take that dog back and meet those girls, and they're gonna take it back to Aiken, South Carolina. Yeah, thanks, ACB. Have a good day tomorrow. Yeah, it was a good one. All right, take it easy, guys. Good night.